Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening, everyone. And welcome to the third JAMS International Seminar Unmanned Systems and Coastguard, day one. My name is Kawai Jun, coordinator of this seminar and director of the London Research Office of Japan Association of Marine Safety. As for my background, I served in the Japan Coast Guard for around 30 years, including my cadet life. The questions are, how will the maritime domain change with the coexistence of unmanned and conventional vessels? How should Coast Guard prepare, respond, and contribute to this challenge ahead as frontline actor? In this context, 2 years ago, this open platform was established to explore the interactions between the advancement of mass and Coast Guard. This year, building upon the insights from last 2 years, covers 3 main topics, while particularly focusing on unmanned systems. 1, navigation safety. 2, search and rescue. 3, maritime law enforcement and lessons learned. Although the title refers to Coast Guard, this seminar is not limited to the participants from Coast Guards only. I believe that the comprehensive discussion on the future maritime domain can only happen when all stakeholders come together. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all speakers who are contributing to this seminar, and most importantly, I'd like to give special thanks to the Nippon Foundation for their support. I hope all attendees in this seminar will find, share, and bring back valuable ideas and insights to address new challenges, to contribute to their respective fields. Now I'm moving to the housekeeping issues. We have 17 speakers with more than 500 registered participants on these 2 days. And it will be also recorded, and we will make the video and presentations available after this seminar on the website. I hope this is acceptable to everyone. If not, then you can, of course, free to opt out of this seminar. The language is mainly in English and Japanese with interpretation. So speakers are requested to speak slower than normal, like me. If you have questions at any point, please your questions or comment in the Minch meter. The QR code is shown on the screen later. If you have, and moderator will pose as many of these questions as possible to present to the presenters during the Q&A session. The attendees here in London, please raise your hands, and the staff will give you the microphone. So schedules. Today, we have special remarks opening, sorry, next slide, please. Today, we have special remarks, opening remarks, 2 keynote speeches, and 2 panels, navigation safety and SAR. The second day tomorrow has another panel, maritime law enforcement and lesson learned. So is everything all right? Having said that, it's time to invite the special remarks. It's my honor to introduce the first speaker, Mr. Kawakami Kyoichiro from Embassy of Japan. I give the floor to Minister Kawakami. Please proceed.
So, Captain Kawai, distinguished guests, welcome to Japan House London. And It is my great pleasure to be here with you and have a chance to talk to you at the outset of this important seminar on maritime safety and security. I'd like to start by thanking Captain Kawai Jun from the Japan Association of Marine Safety, JAMS, for providing such a wonderful international platform to discuss impending issues in this field. I would also like to thank the Nippon Foundation for generously supporting this event. I'm truly delighted to see this seminar has brought together nearly over 90 people here, experts mostly, but not only. As Captain Kawai said, we have representatives from academia, governments, and also from the industries. With over, and plus, we have over 500 participants joining remotely online from more than 50 countries. Thank you. Thank you for your registrations. The size of this participation underscores the growing global interest in unmanned systems and their application. Your presence here today highlights the significance of this topic in the international maritime community and its beyond. As a maritime country with world-leading shipping and shipbuilding and ship machinery industries, Japan is deeply committed to ensuring safe and sustainable maritime transport. Japan has been taking a leading role in developing international rules through the activities within the framework of international maritime organizations, IMO, based here in London. Through the Nippon Foundation's generous scholarship programs, we are also dedicated to fostering the next generation of maritime professionals worldwide. In pursuit of maritime autonomous service ships, or MAS, Japan has been actively developing implementable technologies. In particular, I like to highlight MEGURI 2040 project that has successfully demonstrated autonomous navigation for the first time in the world in 2022, utilizing 6 actual, not experimental, commercial vessels, including large-size passenger ferries and cargo ships. The success of this project placed Japan at the forefront of this transformative field. It is true that the global implementation of MAS presents not only opportunities, but poses challenges. Let me take 3 of them. MAS may entail some risks on navigation safety, resulting from system failures. Any safety concerns by seafarers should be addressed properly before its implementation. Secondly, there may be some questions whether and how MAS can sufficiently undertake search and rescue activities. A certain rule has to be developed among the experts. Thirdly, there may be some complexities in maritime law enforcement, especially on unmanned mass ships operating beyond the flag state jurisdiction. These challenges are closely related with each other and involve various stakeholders, including Coastguard. Japan will work together to ensure that MAS will meet the request of future shipping, collaborating with relevant partners to establish practicable and effective goal-based MAS calls. So I hope that today's seminar will serve as a good opportunity for all stakeholders to identify both opportunities and challenges of autonomous shipping, fostering global discussions that contribute to safer and more sustainable maritime industry. And finally, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our venue, Japan House London. As a premier cultural institution, Japan House is part of our embassy, showcases the richness of Japanese culture at the heart of this vibrant city of London. I encourage you, all of you, to explore and find the very best of Japan during your time here today. So thank you and wish you all a fruitful discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kawakami, for your kind words, which encourage not only the Coast Guard officers, but also the all stakeholders and Japan House London, I believe. And I'd like to introduce the opening remarks, Mr. Nomoto Keisuke from Nippon Foundation. He is now online, as you can see on the screen from Tokyo. So, Mr. Nomoto, floor is yours.
Thank you for your introduction, Captain Kawai. Hello, everyone. I'm Nomoto Keisuke from the Nippon Foundation. It is unfortunate that I'm participating online from Tokyo, not locally in London. But it is my pleasure to introduce MEGURI 2040, our groundbreaking initiative for fully autonomous ships. So let's begin the presentation. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. One more. Thank you. Japan is contending with significant demographic challenges, including a declining birth rate and population. This has resulted in critical labor shortages, especially in the shipping industry. Moreover, about 80% of maritime accidents are caused by human error, another serious issue. We believe fully autonomous ships offer a transformative solution to these challenges. Furthermore, we are confident that this innovative technology holds potential for global application. Next slide, please. As you know, initiatives to develop free autonomous ships are being pursued worldwide. Japan has also been active in the research and development of such ships. However, if we left this to a single company, the progress would inevitably be slow. We believe that the unified, nationwide effort, what we call the all-Japan approach, is essential to overcoming this challenge. Next slide, please. In stage 1 of MEGURI 2040, we successfully conducted 6 demonstration tests in 2022 at various locations across Japan. Among these, a groundbreaking milestone was achieved: fully autonomous navigation in congested waters of Tokyo Bay using a container ship. Next slide, please. In stage 2, we aim to bring fully autonomous ships into commercial application by 2025. To achieve this, we must address 3 key challenges: making technological advancements, developing regulations, and fostering social acceptance. Next slide, please. Over 50 companies are actively collaborating to bring this vision to life. These include key players in shipbuilding, shipping, and marine machinery, alongside partners from diverse fields, such as AI, ICT, telecommunications, and trading companies. Now, let us share a brief video showcasing our progress in the second stage of MEGURI 2040. Next slide, please.
Leading the era of autonomous ships, MEGURI 2040. In 2022, the project successfully completed the world's first demonstration with 6 autonomous ships. Now it is embarking on its second stage, real-world application. Here, a consortium of 53 entities has been formed. The consortium comprises a diverse group of members, including maritime clusters, as well as companies specializing in AI, telecommunications, and ICT. Stage 2 will involve 4 vessels. Each vessel is not only advancing autonomous navigation, but also addressing key challenges identified in the Stage 1. These include navigation in congested areas, automated berthing and unberthing, and land-based support for multiple vessels. The aim is to bring these technologies to a level suitable for real-world application. The first is the Olympia Dream Seto, a ferry serving the island route between Okayama and Shodoshima. Japan has over 400 inhabited islands where maintaining stable transportation is a critical challenge. By automating, we aim to relieve the seafarer shortage and secure reliable transport of people and goods for island communities. The second is the Hokuren Maru No. 2, a ro-ro ship transporting agricultural products on a 1,600-kilometer round trip between Kushiro and Hitachi. Capable of speeds exceeding 20 knots, this will demonstrate autonomous navigation on challenging routes, including areas with dense fishing activity and frequent heavy fog. The third is the Mikage, a coastal container ship operating between Kobe and Nagoya. This 749 GT container ship, Japan's most widely used model, was a Stage 1 demonstration vessel. Automating it to a practical level will pave the way for widespread adoption in the shipping industry. The fourth and the last is a newly constructed coastal container ship, serving as the flagship of the project, equipped with all systems required for fully autonomous navigation. This includes navigation in congested areas, automated berthing and unberthing, and land-based supports for multiple vessels. The aim is to bring these technologies to a level suitable for real-world application. Moreover, the success of real-world application relies on well-defined rules and regulations. MEGURI 2040 hopes that the outcome of the demonstration test will play a key role in formulating them, both domestically and internationally. The project also engages in activities to raise awareness about this new technology. We are inspiring the next generation by showcasing the seafaring profession as a career full of dreams and possibilities. The voyage of MEGURI 2040 continues, charting a new course for the future of logistics.
Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. This slide shows overview of the second stage. The video has already covered the structure of stage 2, so please go to the next slide. Also, this slide has already been covered in the video. However, one point I'd like to mention is that during the verification test in 2022, one of the issues identified was that sensors failed to detect fishing gear due to differences in design between regions, such as the Sea of Japan and the Pacific Ocean. We are actively working to address these challenges. Next slide, please. The video has already covered this slide, so I will skip this slide as well. Next slide, please. 4 vessels will undergo extensive trials to validate key technologies such as autonomous navigation, docking, and remote operations. Next slide, please. And our newly established food fleet operation center in Kobe serves as a cutting-edge remote operation hub capable of managing multiple vessels simultaneously. And I think Captain Nakamura-san from MTI will give a detailed explanation in the panel discussion, so I will move on to the next slide. At present, consortium members are actively integrating systems and ensuring autonomous equipment on vessels, paving the way for this next milestone. Next slide, please. We envision a future where MEGURI 2040 inspires people of all ages, especially younger generations, to dream boldly and explore new possibilities in maritime innovation. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Guardians, are you ready? That is what I felt as a hidden message from this presentation. Thank you again for the kind presentation, Mr. Nomoto. And now I'm moving to the the first keynote speaker, Mr. Hiroyuki Yamada from IMO. His presentation is development of IMO's non-mandatory mass code and its impact on the future shipping. So he will touch upon the progress of non-mandatory mass code and the impact on the future shipping mass will have. And I give the floor to Mr. Yamada. Please proceed to the lectern. Thank you very much.
So good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, Captain Kawai, and thank you for that the Japan Association of Marine the safety, and also that the Nippon Foundation for inviting me to this very important seminar. Today I'd like to introduce briefly the Maritime Autonomous Surface Ship Ms at IMO. As you know, IMO is a UN specialized agency, and the regulatory body are responsible for shippings in safety, security, and protection of marine environment. IMO has developed more than 50 mandatory instruments, the conventions and protocols, such as SOLAS, this is a still main safety convention, and MARPOL for protection of the marine environment. At first, I would like to introduce the recent regulatory trend at IMO. First one, we can say that from reactive to the proactive and policy-oriented. But traditionally, the IMO's regulations were developed based on after some actual incident or accidents, as you know, such as a tanker or the bulker passenger safety. That now we have some new trend. For instance, one of the good example is GHG reduction from international shipping. This is mainly dealt with by Marine Environment Protection Committee, MEPC. The MEPC decides the policy and the reduction target, and now it is a very critical moment this year. We are expected to adopt the new regulations in MARPOL Annex 6. And another example is MAS. MAS is for future shipping with advancing technology. That is the automation, digitalization, communications, and satellite technologies. And this is one of the main topic at IMSC, Maritime Safety, the committee. Second, the trend can be said that prescriptive to goal-based regulations. Prescriptive means that we still have the detailed regulations, yes, but we tend to aim to have a goal-based with something goals, functional requirements, and rules and regulations. We believe that that is more flexible than the prescriptive regulations, particularly to cater for the technology development. But of course, the technology, we have to be technology neutral. Then now the regulatory scoping exercise for mass. Actually, we spent several years for this exercise. Then the so-called regulatory scoping exercise, this RSE assessed the existing IMO instruments to see how they might apply to ships that utilize varying degree of automation. And based on this outcome of RSC, the MSC, Maritime Safety Committee, agreed high priority instrument that is SOLAS, COLREG, STCW load lines, and SAR convention and tonnage convention. Now we are in the phase of development of mass code. And after the regulatory scoping exercise, we started to develop draft mass code from 2022. And the original target was to finalize the mass code last year, but it was delayed due to its complexity. And MSC 109 last year, December, agreed to a revised roadmap for the development of a mass code. That is the next year, the 2026 in the spring, MSC plans to finalize and adopt non-mandatory mass code. This is a revised target. I think now we can, 10 minutes. Oh, okay, thank you. That we can achieve this goal. And then after that, we will develop a framework for experience-based phase, so-called EBP. EBP is a kind of a now common at IMO to obtain some experience for new instrument, mandatory or non-mandatory, such as the ballast water management. And now we are doing that another the underwater radiated noise matter. But anyway, for this mass, we plan to have this experience building phase. And then the final goal will be the mandatory code sometime later. There is a target, but I'm not sure that we can obtain this target. But anyway, after several years, we will develop the mandatory code. And yeah, this is the content of the current draft mass code. And this, as you see, at the MSC, we developed this mass code based on the correspondence group and working group. This version is agreed after the working group, mass working group at last year's the MSC. And there are three parts. Part one is the introductory parts, and part two is the main principles for mass and mass functions. And the yellow marker, that means that these chapters are expected to be finalized at the next session of MSc in June session, based on the correspondence group's report. And part two is the most particular for this mass code. There are several new, concept. For instance, the risk assessment, operational context, and system design software principles. These are very new, and to me, that also I'm interested in this new concept. The green, the marker, means that we have finalized. So only chapter 7 is finalized, and yellow are expected to be finalized in June, but others we should further consider. So actually there are many chapters remained at this moment. And part 3 is the goal, the functional requirements and expected performance. And this part is basically the concrete requirements with the goal-based structure. And as you see, we have finalized 3 chapters, and that is good. But we still have many chapters to finalize or to develop. Yeah, chapter 8, the operational context. This is an important chapter, but should be finalized. But I will touch upon briefly on this chapter, and then that now I point out some the specific areas of this draft mass code. Of course, there is a non-mandatory code and will be supplementary to SOLAS and no modifications to existing mandatory instruments I envisaged. And code applies to cargo ships, to which IMO SOLAS chapter 1 applies, but not to ships. The high-speed craft code applies. So in a simple word, this is a so-called SOLAS ships of cargo ships of 500 gross tonnage and above. And this red line, the mode of operation, this is kind of the new, is defined. This is a new as, and such as the remote control or autonomous with or without persons on board. So this is a new kind of a concept and important in this mass code. And autonomous navigation system and or remote operational center that is anticipated for mass. And another point is that when seafarers on mass, the STCW convention should apply. And also finally that there should be a master responsible for mass regardless of mode of operation. And this is something that I think this is the only figure contained in the current mass code, but interesting, the new concept, and interesting to me that this is illustration of that the operational envelope, operational design domain, and degraded state and fallback. The new was to me that I found this green area is the normal, the operation, the area, and it can be the move to the blue area. It's the anticipated risk condition, but these are the green and blue are the area for the operational envelope. But then it may goes to that the fallback state in yellow area, which can be recovered to normal the operational envelope. But if it exceeds, the failure exceeds, then the red area that they may need the contingency plan. And finally, that the role of the Coastguard. Of course, the Coastguard is very important, and particularly in terms of search and rescue, and such as how to communicate and coordinate with mass ships and conventional ships. And also the shore-based regimes and infrastructure such as ports, VTS, ROC, remote operation center, should be established to facilitate mass. And I think it's, oh, sorry. Finally, I want to touch upon the future shipping safety in relation to mass. This is my view, but IMO means the member states, industry, NGOs, and secretariat has spent many years on mass with the substantial resources. And at mass, at the MSC, the mass can be said the most significant agenda. Maybe it's less political than GHG, but this has been the important agenda. And that is not the necessary because mass will be dominant in or majority in shipping future, but it has been expected and anticipated that the automation technology and remote operation could support shipping and seafarers in future, and which will improve the safety of shipping. So that is something expectation. That's why we spent so many years on this mass, as I understand. And now IMO knows the future regulations should be amended, and in future through the regulatory scoping exercise. And IMO will spend more time and energy on mass, actually. And so we welcome the further support and contribution and the cooperation with IMO on mass from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yamada, for the presentations, which gained a deeper understanding of the latest development in the IMO and the key message to the Coast Guard. And so far, we have overviewed the recent development on MEGURI 2040 and mass code in the IMO. So next speaker is Ms. Jihyeon Gina Kim from ITF, International Transport Workers Federation, titled Unmanned System in Maritime, Seafarers, Indispensable Maritime Professionals. So she will explain her intentions on the importance of recognizing the individual's contributions to the maritime systems. Gina, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jun-san, and ohayo gozaimasu. Good morning. Before I start, I would like to share my personal experience this morning, which I needed a rescue, and I had a huge connectivity and communication issues. So as you can see, my hair right now is not like that. That was disaster. I needed to fix it. So I asked the reception to send me hairdryer. They didn't show up in 15 minutes. I mean, like, I gotta go. My hair is like this. And they showed up with a broken hairdryer. So here we go. A little bit of laughter for you. And I had to went down to the reception in person, asking for fixing broken hairdryer. So maybe tomorrow you'll see, more settled down hair. So it inspired me thinking of unmanned systems, communications, without interfacing each other in person. How is it gonna be possible? And here we go. Dear distinguished audience, my name is Jihyeon Gina Kim. I am a liaison assistant from the ITF. And I will have 6 questions, not to bore you. The first question is very simple, but profound. How many of you, audience here, have birthday? Birthday. Silly question, yeah? How can we define your birth? Is it before or just after we are physically outside the world? And how many of you have celebrated your birthday unmanned? Can we do that? The reason why I started with this question is to begin with the birth of unmanned systems in maritime, and to look into how the maritime industry has celebrated its birth. On the other hand, distinguished audience, do you believe there's such thing as unmanned systems? As a representative of an organization which represents workforce in various transport modes in global supply chain, including seafarers, maritime, rail, public transportation, civil aviation, I would dare to say there's no such thing as an unmanned system. But temporary unmanned working spaces and circumstances could be there, thanks to painstaking endeavors from all of us humans behind the scene. Therefore, the ITF would like to take all of us back to the celebration of birthday question and suggest to consider that if there is a system unmanned, not a manned system, it is humans who must celebrate the creation, maintenance, and advancement of it. Second question. Can you imagine a Coast Guard without any humans? Where would you all be? If it is a simple work from home working policy and temporary conditions, we all have experienced it through recent COVID-19 pandemic. This speaker would love to hear about your experience during the networking sessions. As far as this speaker knows, since its foundation in 1948, the Japan Coast Guard consists of 13,700 personnel. Under the motto of righteous benevolence, I'll try Japanese, Seiji Jinnai. Sorry. The role of Japan Coast Guard, as other similar governmental bodies, other countries, is a protect of coastline of Japan. This speaker would like to not dare to educate what is, Japan Coast Guard do, because it'll be a comedy skit. However, the complex meaning of protection of a sovereign country's coastline must be highlighted in this seminar, as well as each and every one of 13,700 personnel. But not to forget their proud families, as well as future Coast Guard officers. Third question is, what do you usually do when you have salary or payment transaction issues, such as overtime, travel expenses? Do you wait for a mobile application in your smartphone to resolve any problems, like my hairdryer, obviously? Or do you find someone from finance department or HR in your organization to deal with? Fortunately, the ITF has a significant and humble role to play in the maritime industry, where global maritime professionals such as seafarers, port workers, dock workers, and fishers can approach to us and share honest struggles. Mostly, struggles are not really rosy-pinky. Please allow me to share one message came through the ITF on the 20th of February, 2025. Quotation: I am writing to express my frustration regarding a company requirements for onboard seafarers to use an e-wallet platform to access their pay-on-board funds. This restriction complicates the ability of seafarers to access or use their pay-on-board funds for purchases when they need to. This new system is both inconvenient and inefficient. Closing. There are still many seafarers out there who have to buy drinking waters and pay for their internet access on board. You all must know and are aware that this is not something new or yet not really sensible in 2025. We cannot secure basic rights over drinking or washing water and also have to pay for the internet to use mobile phone app to manage your money. What should come first? This is one of the examples of seafarer approach to the ITF with how digitalized system could create realistic challenges on board, even though the initial intention of such system application must be for helping seafarers and their families to deal with, money, because they are apart from each other. In this case, could we celebrate this digitalized system with no access to humans who can understand and take proper actions for individual cases? If you were the master or shoreside personnel, in this case, what would you do? Fourth question. Are you familiar with the term Industry 4.0? Industry 4.0 has penetrated all industries worldwide, and the maritime industry was no exemption, of course. Digitalization, automation, and other technological advancement as a main facet of Industry 4.0 transformed all aspects of maritime domain. Construction and design, operation and crewing, autonomous ships, unmanned ships, remotely controlled ships, to enhance safety, security, and sustainability. Doesn't this sound wonderfully ambitious? Wonderfully ambitious. Does this statement remind you of many futuristic advertisements that you see from media? This term was introduced in 2011 for the industry to recover from global economic recession. We live in 2025. This does not sound sufficient enough. Sufficient. The Industry 5.0 was introduced in 2020, recognizing how humans have overlooked the predominance of humans. Does it make sense? We did not care about us. The Industry 5.0 is a new phase of industrial revolution that emphasizes on collaboration between humans and intelligent machines. It's a human-centric approach that prioritizes sustainability, resilience, and well-being of workers. I mean, unless you are employer, we are all workers, It empowers workers as well as address evolving skills and training needs of employees. It increases the competitiveness of industry and helps attract the best talent and the best competent to stay in the industry. These statements are quoted from the European Commission's 2023 project launch of the Industry 5.0 community of practice. Because I didn't want to be sued by using the official quotations. This project does not seem very in line with the unmanned systems, but more in supportive of harnessing creation of safe and secure working environment and conditions for workforce to avoid humans presenting in certain physical spaces due to significant hazards and risks. Here's a fifth question. Have you ever talked with your friends, family members, and colleagues about your difficulties at work? Like, for example, my manager is driving me crazy today. They're not in a good mood. But when you're doing it, were you expecting the listener to resolve the problems, or did you just want to have someone to listen to? I'd like to share another communication piece came through the ITF from the seafarer at sea on the 26th of January 2025. Quotation: "The captain of motor vessel blah, 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 has been exhibiting bullying behavior towards the crew, creating a hostile and stressful working environment. For example, the cook is subject to daily bullying, even for the smallest mistakes." Ending quotation. These two sentences contain genuine caring of a seafarer towards their colleague on board. Through the industry's focuses shifting from mechanization, electrification, automation, and to digitalization, consideration about aspects that influence the interaction between human and the physical and social environment has always presented alongside all technology-driven themes. The speaker would like to ask the last question. Are you ready for more in-depth discussion about how seafarers and Coast Guard are interdependent? Let me just list the things because 1 minute time was that. Navigation, emission control actions, ballast water exchange, provision of custom declaration, carrying out firefighting actions, combating illicit activities. It must be really hard to imagine how such, like this limited tip of iceberg operations or administrative tasks are going to be done without human involved and without interaction between seafarers and Coast Guard and also others behind the scene. This speaker will be ready to hear your experience and views on the interaction between seafarers, Coast Guard, in search and rescue operations in connection with unmanned systems. The ITF sincerely hopes that the outcome of this seminar invites and opens more doors to competent, talented, and good-hearted people. Important, good-hearted people to join in the maritime industry, either working in unmanned space, remote working space, or manned space. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gina, for the presentation and the time consensus. Yes, the human in the loop is the term which we have been discussing in the IMO, even a ship without any person on board. A view from seafarers is the one of the very big or important aspect to think about Unmanned. Thank you very much, Gina, again. Now we will commence the panel 1, navigation safety. So please proceed to the front desk for the speakers. So I'm very honored to introduce the 4 distinguished speakers. The first panelist and moderator is Thomas Southall from IALA. His presentation is IALA's involvement in mass. He will speak about the overall picture of mass from IALA's perspective and discuss the IALA's response to its development. The second panelist is Captain Nakamura Jun from MTI. His presentation is preliminary introduction to the MEGURI 2040 Stage 2 demonstration, a comprehensive project being implemented in Japan from the view of the developer. The third panelist is Mr. Nicolas Charalambous from EMSA online. His presentation is risk-based assessment tool, RBAT, from Maritime autonomous surface ship. He will speak about RBAT, which is important in the safety assessment of mass, which is important in the safety assessment. The third and fourth speaker is Andre Burgess from NPL. The title is Maritime Autonomous Assurance Testbed, MAT program, assuring safety, security, and operational performance of mass and infrastructure requirements. MAT provides the practical and reliable solution to solve commercial, technical, safety, and regulatory hurdles and enables the fastest adaptation of mass industry. To go back to the one slide, please. Before getting into the panel, if you have any questions and comment, please put them into the Mentimeter by the QR code on the screen. Right. So, and for the attendees here, you have the QR code. Okay. Now I'll give the floor to the moderator, Thomas, from IALA.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to display my two words that I know in Japanese, konnichiwa, to begin with. The second is too early for this room, but perhaps those in Tokyo and joining us online, I can say kanpai. For you later, when we get to the networking. So I thank the keynote speakers and especially Ms. Kim, who come before me, who told a lovely story about communication problems. I will tell a story about human error. I unfortunately forgot my jacket to come here today. So it just shows it's all relevant. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be here at this seminar organized by the Japan Association of Marine Safety, supported by the Nippon Foundation. And it's a real pleasure to be here at Japan House. I've never been here before, but I can see what a lovely place it is. So I'd like to thank Captain Kawai and his team for the excellent organization of this event. So as we all know, we're all here for the same reason. There's been lots of discussion over the past few years, buzz, justified excitement about mass. But in IALA, who are chiefly concerned with marine aids to navigation, what we lacked was a coherent overview of what is actually happening on the ground in all the different spheres of maritime, from the shippers, shipbuilders, and the test beds that were going on. So what we wanted was a short to medium term outlook to answer the questions of where, when, and perhaps why. Mass has a very broad definition, from enhanced decision support tools to completely autonomous crewless ships. I heard in a presentation a year or so ago that a claim of when the first use of the term mass came up. Does anyone know when we first referenced the term mass? It was 1964. So every generation likes to look at this, and each generation bears some fruit from this discussion. So please indulge me. I'm now going to take you through lots of Shutterstock generic pictures of mass. So at our 72nd session of the council, a couple of years ago, the council decided, of course, that we need to be proactive around mass. And so we created the Mass Task Force within IALA. And their job was to analyze the possible impact of these technologies, the future requirements for aids to navigation, and the work items that meant for our committees within IALA. So we had quite a proactive stance, and we wanted to gain insights from various sources, stakeholders from within our membership and outside also. And so that culminated in a workshop in October 2023. And the result was this document that you can see on the screen. This document is available on our website if you want to download it. And it was a snapshot, really, of what we gained from that workshop that was held in 2023 and our thoughts around it. It's a key planning tool for our members. That's what our members want States wanted to have an idea of, well, what are we actually going to be dealing with here? What do we have to do? And it was there to guide the MASS task force in their work. We have a very varied membership. It's worth remembering from those on the front foot of these technologies and what they want to do to maintain their position as global maritime hubs. And perhaps if I put this in a diplomatic way, and those with a bit more of a balanced response to these technologies. So I'll take you through what we found out, and here we are. This is what the future looked like to us. Now, you'll notice this come from the IMO scoping exercise. I know that it's not used anymore, but it was quite useful for our discussions. So if we start off in the 5 to 10 years area, you'll see in the bottom many crewed ships with automized functions. Well, to me, this is just exactly what the maritime industry have been doing for many, well, since we began going to sea, from Viking Sunstones, Harrison's chronometer to unmanned engine rooms. We've always tried to grow our automized functions and enhance our decision support tools. We can see the beginnings of autonomy, especially around inshore specialized smaller craft. Possibly in some cases with remotely controlled vessels being a bridge to full autonomy, maybe, with crew on board and in some instances crew ashore. The Yara Birkeland, which I'm sure you're all familiar with in Norway, springs to mind. I know we've got the University of Tromsø over here, so you'll be very familiar with that. I bring you then to few crewless autonomous ships. Limited number of crewless, remotely controlled vessels that are in and around. But again, mainly what we received in feedback was small and specialized ships, tugs, ferries. But of course, these are rather limited to participating states. As we mentioned with the Yara Birkeland, MASS are in development for short sea cargo routes, and we saw in the projects that are taking place in Japan, also in the on short sea routes and inland waterways around Europe, South Korea, also China, Russia, and the lovely video we had in Japan. But there doesn't seem to be plans for large-scale implementation of crewless MASS in the immediate future for international voyages, international waters, particularly deep sea operations. But if we move forward then to 10 to 20 years, what our membership was telling us, that of course the advanced automotive features and perhaps an increase in full or partial remote control was going to be a feature. In most instances, crew on board still, and we'll touch on the business case as we go forward, which has a big impact upon this. Ships could have the capability to go between remote control and onboard control modes during a single voyage, depending on the environment that they're operating in. After that, some crewless autonomous ships in the top there. We're expecting a more substantial number of autonomous and crewless ships, again, mainly around the specialized areas. And of course, this is required in the areas where there is reliable connectivity. And so that is a challenge that we've got to overcome. Ferries, special purpose ships, survey ships, my background, naval operations, offshore support, that sort of thing, and of course inland waterways. I can't say it, stop speaking, can I? Consultation with stakeholders may not be, feel that it may not be feasible in this time frame, again, for international transport, especially for higher risk vessels and ships, such as passenger and tankers. And they felt maybe for at least the next 25 years. And one of the reasons why they come up with that is engaging with shipbuilders such as Hyundai, the major shipbuilders. The typical lifespan of a vessel is 20 to 25 years, which suggests that there'll be a whole generation of vessels and ships that are newly constructed that will continue to operate for several decades conventionally. So the drivers behind MASS, I think. We mentioned the business case. The other area that I'll touch upon is the shortage of seafarers, which has already been mentioned today. And of course, safety of navigation is an area. So the business case, it's crucial to have a good understanding of the shipping industry. Shipping industry, shippers don't tend to be charities, and they tend not to be seeking to be trailblazers, notwithstanding projects like the Yarra Birkeland. But I would suggest that that's the exception. The main levers are economic gain, of course, a huge increase in safety, or if they're compelled by regulation. A business case could be optimization for space for cargo. So the scenario where accommodation is minimized and spaces for navigation is minimized to increase the capacity for cargo. Cost savings generally are around reduced crew-related expenses, but I would suggest that crew-related expenses are actually a very small fraction of the total operational costs for a shipper. Increased costs will come in the form of infrastructure ashore, so that's got to be taken into consideration. Crew costs may persist at even elevated levels because the crew may be, or some crew may be relocated ashore, and it's not exactly clear that it will yield space for cargo on board. And of course, those of you who have been to sea remember chipping and painting the deck. Unless we're going to make vessels and ships out of different material, maintenance still needs to be conducted whilst underway, unless we're going to do that when it's alongside, which would lead to additional cost and time lost. So the economic case is not, we found, as clear cut for shippers as quite thought previously. Lack of seafarers is quite a compelling driver. We all know there's a current shortage of seafarers. The BIMCO and ICS Seafarer Workforce Report registered a shortfall of thousands upon thousands of STCW certified officers, and the scarcity of seafarers may drive shippers to look at alternative solutions. MASS can also make a maritime career more attractive. Working ashore, having a better family life is, of course, something that we all would want. So the challenges posed with a shortage of qualified seafarers is perhaps a bit more of a compelling case. Safety, the advantages of MASS, enhanced navigation and predictive analytics, improved traffic management, enhanced coordination and optimization of maritime traffic are all possible benefits that we will get, and that will perhaps lead to a better utilization of resources. It could minimize failures caused by humans, like forgetting your jacket. It could be argued that, but it also could be argued that humans are better at challenging uncertainty by applying their knowledge and experience to execute judgment for creative problem solving. So I think there's probably a balance here where you have over-reliance of technology and weigh that up against potential system errors, cyber security, malfunctions, software bugs, communications failure could also lead to accidents. So it's a bit of a mixed case. Efficiency gains we touched on, the optimized routes, etc. I won't dwell on this too much because time is scarce. But as I said, better resource utilization and perhaps reduce congestion in busy waterways is something that we would welcome from digitization and enhanced decision support tools. The regulatory challenges and cooperation, we're all here today, and we can see that there's a huge willingness for everyone to work together for these challenges. Lots of bilateral and trilateral agreements, MOUs, between Denmark, Belgium, the Netherlands, and the UK, and you can see all the initiatives undertaken by our friends in Japan. So what are we doing about it? So I'll round up on what we're currently doing. There's a big focus on digitization in IALA and the development of and our interaction with enhanced decision support tools. And our undertakings will, of course, be determined by our friends at IMO who are working on the MAS code and will work hand in hand. The ARM committee have identified an area that would be quite useful in terms of AtoN categorization. So it's a proposal to categorize AtoN based on their ability to interact with digital decision support tools, including MAS, and it would describe the functional capability levels. So this original proposal was tied to MAS, but of course it can apply to all the digitalization that's ongoing. So degree 1 could be a basic AtoN, for instance. 2, provide digital AtoN data. 3, sharing additional data such as hydro and meteorological and traffic information. And finally, 4 could be real-time interaction across all digital data types. So, but of course, there's a clear focus to avoiding encroachment on the technical and regulatory areas better handled by our friends at the IMO. PNT in the ENG committee, my friend Andre on the panel, we were talking about the importance of resilience for PNT is clear, and we'll be working in that area. VTS committee for vessel traffic services, they already have a draft guideline of how to deal with a mix of vessels to achieve its key objectives: safety of life, safety and efficiency of navigation, protection of the environment. And you've got to consider both VHF voice communication and the digital methods that may be necessary in a mixed traffic environment. This will enable interactions with individual ships as well as remote operating centers, or ROCs as we like to call them, and could receive, process and send information out to relevant stakeholders. The tools that VTS have in terms of portrayal could identify what kind of ship they're dealing with. So is it conventional, automated? Who's in control? Is it a conventional master, a MAS master, or a ROC, along with the associated communication method? Are we going to be looking at voice or digital? And finally, I'm very pleased to say that our friend from the Japanese Coastguard, Hideki Noguchi, is in charge of the DTEC committee, or Digital Technologies Committee, and they're in charge of the overarching development of our documents, recommendation and guideline related to MAS. The recommendation currently encourages our member states, competent authorities for AtoN and VTS providers to proactively review the digitalization requirements, assess and adapt their AtoN and VTS services for current and future digital services, and most importantly, collaborate regionally and globally with neighboring authorities and those in the international organizations. So I've seen that my time is up, so I will be a very good boy and finish here. Just to recap, there'll be a mixed fleet of conventional ships for the foreseeable future. We're not anticipating large international voyages for 20 to 25 years. It's a complex yet exciting journey, and we're very optimistic about it. And finally, I have two young boys. They're my two children, and I really sincerely hope that they will be fully autonomous in 20 to 25 years' time as well. And before I go, I'll just pose the question so that you can think about this for the question and answer session. Please, those who are currently looking into the development of mass ships, what do you need from us? What do you need from future marine aids to navigation, or are you happy to just proceed on and navigate the world with the current provision? Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, seamlessly I'll scoot over here and say good morning again. So I'm delighted to moderate the panel on navigation safety and look at the challenges and opportunities presented by MASS, and hear from key speakers who are shaping the future. And our next speaker is Captain Nakamura from MTI Company, who's going to look at the preliminary results from the MEGURI 2040 Stage 2 demonstrations. Please, Captain Nakamura. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So first of all, thank you very much for the good opportunity to speak to the in this good conference. So I would like to speak to the MEGURI 2040, our development item, and to achieve to our safety operation to the autonomous vessels. So my first discussion point is, so I would like to explain to the how to keep a safety during to the development stage. Today I will explain to you to the how to keep to the good autonomous vessel when developing time. So firstly, I would like to explain to for myself. So I'm Jun Nakamura from MTI. So MTI is a research and development division of the NYK group. So we are engaged to develop in the transportation technology, digitalization, and environmental technology to safe transport our customers' cargo in the shipping industry. Then also, I'm originally to the Master Mariner to the NYK line, now seconded to the MTI. So MTI is a very unique, so Master Mariner, Chief Engineer also joining to that research division, and also some of the engineer and the shipbuilder also joining to our company. So this is a very unique point in our company. So today I would like to introduce to the current status development autonomous ship project, MEGURI 2040, which we are achieving to the support of the Nippon Foundation. So outline, so firstly, outline of the MEGURI 2040 stage 2 and the development target in MEGURI 2040 stage 2. And the current status of the development challenging our future. So first, I would like to explain to the why we are engaged in the development autonomous vessel. We will keep the behavior since has been introduced in the various places, including the recently presentation by Nippon Foundation, Mr. Nomoto-san. He have already explained the very good guidance for the MEGURI 2040 stage. That I'm explaining very shortly. So by developing the autonomous vessel, we are aiming to achieve the safe operation and address the current and future shortage of the crew member, reduce to the onboard rubber. This could lead to transition from the truck to the marine transport. Ultimately, so contribute to the healthy of the logistic environment. I will say to the one example to the safe operation. So when I joined to the NYK line in 2005, at this time, biggest container vessel is a 6,000 TEU container vessel. About LOA, the length is about 300 meters. But so before I joined to the MTI, I bought it also container vessel. At this time, that container vessel is a 14,000 TEU container vessel. So vessel's length is more than 400 meters. This is so now vessel size is going big during to the 20 years. So as a result, so we reduce to the maneuverability of the vessel. For example, and addition, so as you know, we need mass reduction to the CO2. That's why vessel's shape also big change. When I take to the AtoN engine, so in the previously engine is very big size, and so in the vessel's shape is we can stop easily. But in eco shape, so it is very difficult to stop to the vessel. Even also engine size is going to the small. So this is maneuverability is a very big change. This is very big problem to the captain. So when we avoid any accident, so we must follow up to the new technology. This is one of the big motivation of the autonomous vessel for our company. So we have been introduced to the slide every time, but so our development conducting the demonstration fully autonomous vessel in MEGURI 2040 stage 1. It achieved over 97% system operation in the congestion water with between Tokyo Bay and Ise Bay in Japan. And in MEGURI 2040 stage 2, we aimed for social implementation developing to the autonomous vessel that were capable of commercial operation and plan to introduce them into the actual commercial voyage. So we would like to onboard to the customers' cargo and some not only in the previous voyage we don't onboard any cargo, but in this voyage we onboard the cargo. Then during commercial voyage we carried out a demonstration voyage. Sorry, I forget to that. Then next, so we are advancing to our effort from the both of the technology development and social environmental improvement perspective in aiming to the social implementation. In terms of the technology development, we are not only focusing on the construction of the autonomous vessel, but also on obtaining to the certification from the national authorities and classification society, as well as briefing to the standard of the system we are developing international standard, like ISO or something. So for the instance, in the MEGURI 2040 project, we have obtained an approval in principle, AIP, for the autonomous navigation system from Class NK, Bureau Veritas, and ABS. And we are also collaborating with the Lloyd Register for verification of the risk assessment content, and with the DNV on conducting in the risk assessment for the remote monitoring on the engine room from the shore. So regarding to the standardization, we are planned to introduce to our white paper created in the MEGURI 2040 project at the upcoming to the ISO TC8 SC26 meeting. Also, this is very overlapping to the Nomoto-san's presentation. So I would like to introduce our overview of the MEGURI 2040 stage 2 and DFAS Plus project. The project duration is from the October 2022 to the March 2026. And the constructed has explained to the introduced the app, including up to the 53 participating companies. These participated come from the deserve range sectors, including to the shippers, ship owners, shipyard, marine equipment manufacturer, insurance company, and other industries. So next is I would like to explain to our organization, the DFAS Plus Consortium. So for DFAS Plus Consortium, so we have the plenary session. This is the top decision maker of this consortium. Then while PMO, Project Management Office, so this is that member is MTI in my company and Japan Marine Science. This is a consultant company in NYK Group and Mitsubishi Research Institute. This is for PMO. Then we separate the three working groups: demonstration working group, technology standardization working group, and social implementation working group. So demonstration working group is Mr. Nomoto, he have already explained to you. So I would like to explain to the technology standardization working group. So technology standardization working group, we separate to the 8 sub-working group and sensor to the integrator, planner, and controller. This is navigation side. And so engine remote monitoring, communication, data recording management, and status management. So this is other part of the autonomous vessel function. We think this is very important item. That's why we'd like to make into some standard for the autonomous vessels. So next is, I would like to explain the MEGURI stage 2, the trial image. I would like to provide the information regarding to the demonstration content in MEGURI 2040 stage 2. Demonstration periods will last up to the 9 months with the final implementation of the planned to take place in commercial operation. As this was introduced last year, I will skip to the detail about that route. But we will conduct the demonstration experiment and the data collection each of the 4 vessels along their respective data operation routes. So what you are looking at the development schedule for the 4 demonstration vessels. For the flag vessel, this is the land-based test to verify its focus function has been completed. And we will now proceeding with the performance testing and installation work and aiming to the commercial operation starting in November 2025. So next is I would like to explain to the MEGURI 2040 DFAS Plus project target, development target. So firstly, I would like to, So firstly, I would like to explain to that key point for our development. So very important key point is unmanned on the bridge, but manned on the board. So this system aims to be a systems that can be navigate safety even when the bridge is unmanned, but with the concept of a human response on board, as it is assumed that the ships will return to the normal operation as conventional vessels, so in emergency. So since the system is certificated device, it is positioned the same as the existing autopilot and integrated navigation systems. So then our future goal, first step towards the social implementation. Firstly, to the reduction to the navigation duty personnel. So now in the Japanese regulation on vessels 749 gross tonnage and above, is 2 persons on the bridge and 3 duties. So 6 persons on duty during 1 day. So this will be changed to the 1 personnel on duty, then in 1 day, 3 personnel on the duty. And next to the reduction of the engine crew. So on the vessel of the 749 gross tonnage and above in the coastal stage, chief engineer and plus 1 engineer in the structure. But in case of the chief engineer or as a supporter in the fleet operation center, ROC, 1 engineer on board. This is one of our trial also. Then also bridge zero, as you know, in the machinery side, we have already done to the M0, machinery zero. But so bridge zero is not carried out in this time. So Bridge zero operations, one of our big target, one of our big development target. So next is aim to system level. So level of the automation where fully autonomous driving participatory possibility. So autonomous automation level 4. For your reference, so big difference between the vehicle and the vessels. So for the vehicle, so level 4 achieved to the system alone. But so our concept of the vessels level 4 is achieved to by the system and humans operation and operation. So operating levels are autonomous according to the operational design domain. So I'm very happy to Mr. Yamada-san in the IMO, he have already explanations, a good explanation to the OE operational envelope and ODD details. So please remind that explanation, then please hear to my explanation. So we set up to the autonomous level, switch to the between the leaving and arriving port and the navigating based on the sea area and the environmental condition. That's why so in this situation will be changed to the level 4, level 3, level 2, level 1, depend on the changes that on the surround to the situation. So next is, so I would like to explain to our autonomous status and navigation mode. So that we have the established to achieve to the aforementioned to the development goal. And the operation vessel variously depend on the maritime area and the surrounding environment. And their setting have been established to ensure to the feasibility of the autonomous navigation within those operations. Autonomous status defined to the level of the autonomy with the fully autonomous at the top. While the navigation mode, we define operational maritime area along with the specification of the vessel's equipment. Then I will explain to our development effort in the navigation. We are working in the development of the sensor respective the image recognition and the radar with the full tracking capability and the integration of the sensor information and the creation of the collision avoidance plan. The development seamless controller operation from the departure to arrival at the port. Additionally, we are focusing on the developing function for the detecting to the abnormality in the engine plant and the remote monitoring. Possibility of the smooth communication between the vessel and shore. Developing to the information recording function for the autonomous navigation system and creating to the autonomous status management function. So I will explain to some functions that may be unfamiliar first. Let's discuss the CIM. So CIM is standard for the Central Information Management. So its function is to receive to the input regarding in the system's health level from various subsystems, including the navigation system, propulsion system, communication system, and ROC. It then present facilitates autonomous status options to the captain and navigation officers. Allows them to make the informed decision based on their decision systems, determine the level of autonomy, and instructed to the respective subsystem how to behave. So this time I have constructed two types of the remote operation center. One is permanent remote operation center, and one is mobile remote operation center. Its participant center set will be released to the July 2040 and 2024. While the mobile remote operation center will be released in the February 2025. Both remote operation center will enable monitoring status of the 4 demonstration vessel and creating to the navigation plan, monitoring engine plant performance, and so seamlessly sending to the onshore weather information and marine safety information and port congestion information to the vessel. They could base system. They are cloud-based system that also synchronize the information between the two centers. By the established the mobile fleet operation center and enabled hand over to the between them, we can respond to the disaster recover plan like a BCP, business crisis plan, and also facilitate the timely response while considering time difference. We plan to conduct the technology demonstration tell over to the use case of the ship owner, operator, and other FOC users in the future. So as you can see, you have been progressed in the concept of the design and basic design since the first year. Now we are currently in the evaluating the verification phase. We are where we are conducting to the land-based integrated testing. So what you are looking at the scene from the hard in the loop test. We connect each device on the vessel in the same way and link them to simulator in order to us to conduct tests in an environment that closely resembles to the real condition. And in particular, we can incorporate factors such as the wind, wave, ocean current, and tidal flows, which are typically beyond our control, enabling us to carry out tests that would be difficult to perform at the sea. Additionally, in the equipment test, this time is planned to be integrated into the bridge equipment layout in the taking to the human machine interface consideration in the account. This is so that our new vessel cockpits. Okay, so I will explain to the shortly. So this is our simulation-based test and scenario. So this is from the this is from the departure to the arrival. So we making to the some the scenario and in the use case. Then we making to that test scenario, then carry out many times to the in the simulation basis. Then try to get into the some the error and bug or something we take out, then fix to the our systems. So in the also in this slide shows to the scene of the we are explained to the how to use the system to captain and the chief engineer who are scheduled to on board to be on board, as well conducting to the interview and regarding to the human machine interface also. Sorry. Then, as a summary of our hill test, so term of the from the September to the 2024 and mid of the February 2025. So about 30 days we try to the testing, and so test time is about 300 hours, and the test item is 333 items we have carried out. Then next to our challenge, so as so move to the practical use to the autonomous ship, and ship owners, shipyard, and manufacturer will each advance their respective to the effort. For the ship owner, so that this involved to developing to the safety management system following to the ISM code that handle to the autonomous navigation system, and conducting to the training for the crew members. And shipyard will be focusing to the construction and on-site to the adjustment to the finalization, the autonomous vessel, while manufacturers need to enhance to the performance of the various equipment and the organization usage as a guideline for users. In the demonstration phase, we'll evaluating and verify the concept of operation and collect and the analysis data to ensure the safety. That data is planned to be brought into the EBP discussion that will be taking in the place at the IMO in the future. So finally, to the summary. So MEGURI 2040 stage 2 has been started in the October 22. So demonstration autonomous vessel to be carried out during commercial operation in the planned to from start this year. So sufficient onboard testing and offshore test adjustment will be carried out for the demonstration voyage, demonstration of the autonomous vessel. So data will be collected through the demonstration test and participant commercial operation and will be used to the social implementation of the autonomous vessel, both terms to the development and rules. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Captain Nakamura, for that fascinating presentation on real-world progress in maths. So thank you very much. Our third speaker is Nicolas Charalambous, I hope I said that correctly, from the European Maritime Safety Agency, who I'm very happy to see on screen, and he's joining us online, and we'll be speaking about risk-based assessment tool, or RBAT. Please, Nicolas, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning to all, and thank you actually for inviting me to this very wonderful session. Should I have the first slide maybe from my presentation? Yeah, thank you very much. We can move to the second slide, please. Second slide. So to begin my presentation, I would like to focus actually on the evolution of the risk assessment techniques that actually are widely used today across various industry. As actually shown in this slide, we have a timeline that actually maps out the development of some of the most established risk methodologies. These techniques, such as the failure mode effects analysis, FMEA, the HAZOP, the Hazard Operability Study, the fault tree analysis, and bow tie, have been actually fundamental in identifying risks. However, it is important to note that many of these methodologies were actually developed 50 and maybe 75 years ago. For example, the most known one, the FMEA, was developed shortly after World War II, and most of the others were actually originated back to 60s and 70s. However, by the 1980s, we have witnessed a significant shift in engineering practices with the actually advent of computer control in automation. And actually, this shift led to the replacement of certain human functions with automated systems, fundamentally actually altering how the systems were designed and operated. As a result, the role of the humans involved from being direct operators go to more, let's say, supervisory roles, overseeing increasing complex systems. However, these risk traditional techniques were developed with the idea that accidents were actually primarily the result of component failures. As we know, today's world, especially in complex systems, and mass is a complex system, this actually premise does not always hold, because modern systems can fail due to wide range of factors, also including software errors, interdependencies between different subsystems, which sometimes we don't even realize that they are there, and also unexpected interactions, rather than just, let's say, the physical component failures that were used, especially in the maritime industry. This evolution challenges the relevance and applicability of some of the traditional methods that we see here in actually managing the risk associated with modern and automated systems. We must therefore ask ourselves whether we can trust still these methodologies effectively, or maybe we should do something else and maybe even modify these existing, let's say, methodologies of risk assessment. Next slide, please. Continuing from the previous introduction of the traditional risk assessment methods, and showing that maybe there are some limitations in handling modern and complex systems, I would like to introduce what we're actually proposing, which is the risk-based assessment methodology, and which is also a tool as a solution that is actually specifically designed and tailor-made to address the future challenges for MAS. The RBAT is a novel approach to the risk analysis that is actually particularly tailored for MAS systems. And the key strengths of the RBAT is the ability actually to adapt to different levels of technological maturity. This flexibility allows us to apply the methodology at various stages of the system development, whether we're dealing, let's say, with an early stage concept or a fully mature technology. And it actually enables us to match the risk assessment precisely to the current understanding and development phase of the technology, with something that the existing traditional methods may be struggle with. Moreover, with RBAT, we focus on types of failure that are most relevant to systems. And that's not just, let's say, hardware or component failure, but also what we call systematic and systemic failures, and as well as human errors. Another critical aspect that can be captured, it's the role of defining and testing the operational envelope limits for this vessel. The operation envelope define the condition under which the ship can operate safely. And we believe that with RBAT, we can help not only to set these limits, but also kind of rigorously test them against some real world scenarios. This is especially valuable given that many of these systems, there isn't much of robust, let's say, and historical failure data yet, which we can actually rely on. And that's actually also the essence of the traditional methods that are used, that actually they rely quite a lot on historical data. In summary, we can say that the RBAT represents an advanced and tailored approach for the risk management for these complex and modern automated maritime operations. And we believe that it will overcome the limitations of traditional methods by focusing what is actually truly unique and challenging about MAS, which is namely the automation and remote control of the key functions, the evolving roles of the human operators, and the need for flexible, adaptable risk management framework. Moving on, please. Next slide. So going a bit more detail of what this proposed methodology is, you can see there the 5 important parts of this methodology. The first one is the use of automation, where actually we need to identify how the agents and automations are linked together. So that means that we have to identify what are the performing agents for the different systems and identify who is actually executing these automated functions. Also, we need to have the supervising agents, which means that we have to determine which are these functions that will need to be monitored by the supervisors. It's also important to see how the human is involved and understand how the humans are actually integrated within supervisor process. And then also we need to know what is the mode of supervision and how to describe this mode of supervision. If, for example, it's an active mode supervision or a passive mode of supervision relying on some instrumentation that I will discuss later on. The next important step is practically what all the methods are doing, and it is the hazard analysis. We need to understand what are the potential failures, and we have to recognize the common failures that are usually associated with automated functions, because this is the essence of this methodology, the automated functions. And the whole concept relies on this part. So we need to understand and identify what would be maybe the future software glitches, what are the systematic functional errors, very difficult in some cases to identify it, and what are also the systemic failures. Then under the hazard analysis, it's also to recognize what is the severity assessment, kind of evaluate the severity and implications of a function, let's say, failing. And then we need to know if everything fails, what is the worst case scenario? In order to identify this, we need actually to go through the whole process of the hazard analysis. Then the last part is also the mitigation strategies. There we should start developing how we gonna put some mitigations in force in order to prevent, let's say, the worst case scenarios. And at the end, the part 4 and 5 is to kind of having the risk control measures and to have a risk control. Practically, it is a map which will show us how well we have identified and mitigated the risk and how can we actually prevent any kind of residual risk, and whether we are in the zone, let's say, what is called, let's say, the alarm, which is quite well known in the maritime industry and especially in IMO. Next slide, please. So I want to be brief here about the advantages of the method is that, as we said, we can overcome the historical data limitation. It is important to understand that this methodology is function-based, meaning that the technique prioritizes on function-based analysis and not on individual components. And these methods is actually based on how the functions are automated and remotely controlled. Then it is important to understand that we can identify the risk in the control transfer, meaning that the interface between the human and the system can be actually picked up by this methodology. And then there is also the system can provide, let's say, systematic framework for risk management that actually integrates the technological and human factors into more cohesive, let's say, strategy. In summary, SARBAT can actually offer a sophisticated and flexible approach for managing the complexities of the modern, let's say, maritime operations. Next slide, please. This is here a simple, let's say, example that needs to be understood before actually digging into the methodology, and is something that we have to do before actually doing the risk assessment, which need to have a kind of a comprehensive hierarchical control structure of an autonomous vessel, which we need to detail the various ship system and how these are actually interconnected. At the top, we can see the ROC, the Remote Operation Center, which actually plays a supervisory role in actually overseeing the entire operation and is capable of directly controlling individual systems remotely, as they are highlighted here. This actually control is essential for remote voyage planning, in this case, and also other critical interventions. Central to the vessel operation is the integrated automation system, the IAS, which acts as the core integrator, which is actually facilitating the kind of seamless control and monitoring of various onboard system. As we see here, for example, we have included some of the system, for example, the stability control system, the loading computer, the ballast system, the propulsion and motion control system, any kind of external communication, surrounding mapping, object detection identification, the collision risk assessment, the dynamic path planning and voyage plan. Of course, as I said, this diagram here, it can be even more expanded, and it will be for sure in real life application. However, I would try to maybe summarize a bit maybe how the RBAT can actually use this in order later on to work with different steps that have been described. The arrows between the systems illustrate the flow of the information and command, which is actually indicating how this system interact to actually maintain the safe, efficient operational state. This actually structure exemplifies a highly coordinated approach to autonomous maritime navigation. And this actually tries to emphasize the safety, efficiency, and remote operability. Next slide, please. So in this slide, it's again a small diagram of the operational framework of mission-specific activities. And this is an example that I will try to give for a short sea cargo vessel, for example, that is operating autonomously, showing advanced automation integration into, let's say, maritime logistics world. We see here that we have an operational concept where we need to understand that the mission phase here is for the vessel to transit to a location. And what we have here is the functions, which is the performance of navigation, for example, from port A to port B, which is and also employing some advanced system for this voyage planning and to generate the optimal route. Another function is the observed surroundings, which is continuous monitoring of the vessel traffic navigation signals and the proximity to water depth, shoreline, and different structure, ensuring actually a safe navigation. Then, as we said, we need to identify what are the performing agents. In this case, we have, to keep it short, we have actually two agents, for example, the voyage planning system, which actually can manage the route planning to kind of maximize the efficiency and the safety. And then we have the situational awareness system. Next slide, please. Now, in this slide, we need to understand what are the supervisory control agents and how actually they are supervising and what are the functions that are supervising. For example, in these cases, we decided that the supervising agent will be the ANS, which will be triggered, let's say, if there is an automated alert from the voyage planning system or if there is a kind of signal discrepancies. Another supervisory control agent, in this case, is the ROC operators. The remote operators provide an additional, let's say, oversight layer, which is focusing especially on preventing risk like grounding that might not fully, let's say, addressed by the automated systems. So the role of the supervisory control agents in RBAT is to understand how these roles are essential for pinpointing which system actually require close monitoring and identifying specific actually conditions that actually can trigger the interventions. So moving on, I would, next slide, please. Here we see again how the hazard analysis will work, and we need to kind of identify what would be the guide words and how this can actually lead to the unsafe conditions and what are the causal factors. and then what is actually the worst case outcome, and also to kind of identify the incident case. And these guidelines will actually support us in identifying these unsafe conditions in the hazard analysis. Next slide, please. And then following, let's say, from the worst case outcome, we need again to kind of identify what will be the effects on the health and safety and the environment. What are the enabling conditions? Because this is also very important to kind of include in a hazard analysis. And if these, let's say, enabling conditions are high or low. And also identify what are the operational restrictions and how these are affecting the safety and the environment. Next slide, please. And of course, as we said, there should be always a mitigation layer in place. In this case, we decided that the ANS should be let's say, the mitigation layer that we should be provided. And we see how actually the system will be reacting. So all these kind of tables need to be kind of, let's say, constructed in order to kind of proceed with the methodology. Next slide, please. And then after we finish the risk and the hazard analysis, we go to this table where we see how effective are the different mitigations and whether actually we lie on what we say on the alarm region. This is actually quite important, and this is something that the maritime world is used to it. Next slide, please. And at the end, what we're going to have is the risk control measures, where actually it will allow us to understand whether the mitigation layers are effective and what further can we actually do in order to bring all the let's say, mitigated functions to a stage where actually everything is mitigated as practicable as it can get, actually. And then we have the final slide. So as we said, this is a function-based approach method. It provides a novelty in the risk management because it doesn't rely much on the historical data. It basically focuses on different functions. We include also the element of the mitigation in the whole process, and we actually can easily identify what are the critical systems more easily. And we believe that using this methodology, it will actually bring everybody in line for progressing into a proper, let's say, hazard analysis. And of course, ideally, we have already some plan to kind of having this method already in EMSA's website. And I think this is something that you will see also in the following weeks, that this methodology will actually published. Thank you very much for your attention, and apologize if I took some more time.
Thank you very much, Nicolas, for those valuable insights into the use of RBAT for autonomous maritime systems. Finally, we have Andre Burgess from the National Physical Laboratory, who will be presenting on the Maritime Autonomy Assurance Testbed, or MAT, program, which is a UK-based program. Andre, please, you have the floor. Thank you.
That's me. Hello, everyone. First, I'd like to thank our hosts for putting on such an excellent event. I've been very impressed and inspired by the talks I've heard today. And I feel very privileged to be able to contribute to that, and I hope my contribution does justice. Someone's phone is here, by the way. Don't know whose that is. It's not mine. I won't walk off with it. So my talk today, I am going to read a bit from the script to support our translators as well. So I don't normally do that, but I will today. So my talk today will consider how to address some of the challenges related to deploying MAS, as others have been as well, particularly when we start looking at this as a more of a sort of at-scale international operation. In particular, focusing on how we're going to demonstrate the safety, the reliability and performance of these novel technologies, which the current testing and regulatory ecosystems were not originally designed for. So the talk's going to explore some of the technical initiatives to address this challenge, with a focus on approaches which are internationally relevant and help to establish the true capabilities and limitations of any particular autonomous system. So without further ado, yes, I'll get on to introducing my own organization. A brief introduction to National Physical Laboratory. We are government owned. We have more than 1,000, in fact about 1,200 scientific experts now, operating in over 430 laboratories. And we have state-of-the-art facilities across the country. We are the UK's National Measurement Institute, one of the top 3 in the world, and a world-leading centre of excellence in developing and applying the most accurate measurement standards, science and technology available. So we're applying our measurement science across multiple fronts to support government and industry to provide confidence in the adoption of future enabling technologies, such as resilient and traceable time, future diversified communications, quantum test and evaluation, data quality standards, trustworthy AI, and sensor assurance for autonomous systems, just to name a few. So this slide is going to talk a little bit about some of the hype we hear, but also potentially some of the future ambitions around this technology, which I think is the reason why we'd be looking at it in the first place. So it is a disruptive technology, maritime autonomy, and it is fast approaching it, certainly in some use cases, a wider scale commercialization in markets across the world. There are a wide range of economic projections. I put one of them up here around the benefits from deploying maritime autonomy. They're quite significant projections. Obviously, they probably use different parameters to define those projections. And I think some of it is perhaps a little bit on the hype side, but definitely there's a general view that these technologies will become much more pervasive and deliver a lot of economic growth and benefit. And they should also increasingly deliver improvements in safety, profitability, sustainability, resilience, and productivity. And it is expected that over time, these will fundamentally change the operating and business models of several, if not many, maritime sectors, making their operations safer, more sustainable, and efficient. And some examples that we've looked at here are things like port operations, fleet decarbonisation, also including energy management of hybrid and full electric propulsion. A big use case in the UK is obviously for offshore energy and renewables, but also fisheries and aquaculture, as well as environmental survey. And also, particularly topical at the moment, maritime security and naval logistics. So to realise this opportunity, however, and this is important, this is where the focus of this talk is today, a paradigm shift in how these technologies are tested, evaluated, and operationally assured is required. Now, this is the challenge, and regulation alone is not going to address this. It is a technical challenge, and it's a global one. It's not one that's singular to one country. But I also observe, and this has been talked about today already, and I agree with these earlier comments, that this will only be successful if a human-centric approach is taken to mass. And that's from the development cycle all the way through to operation. So in order to realize the benefits of deploying maritime autonomous systems, a range of factors need to be understood and addressed. And apologies, some of you will have seen things like this before, but I do feel it needed to be stated as a precursor to what we are going to talk about doing. So doing so will provide the means for autonomous technology to be quantifiably assured that they are safe, reliable, and do what they say on the tin, and throughout their operational life. These factors include, well, firstly, assurance methods are unlikely to be derived purely locally due to the international nature of shipping, and this will necessitate a high level of international collaboration and agreement. Who will assure systems in operation? For example, the classification of a vessel is based on the understanding that the vessel is loaded, operated, and maintained in a proper manner by competent and qualified personnel. However, class societies have no control over how a vessel is operated and maintained between the periodical surveys it conducts. Currently has limited tools to classify an autonomous system. The variety in the type, purpose, size, scale, and number of different systems is also greater than that seen, for example, for self-driving vehicles or for drones. Additionally, they have a very diverse set of operational capabilities, which all have their own unique demands. And current national and international law was not written with unmanned or autonomous vessels in mind. I think we all appreciate that. So any approach to assuring autonomous systems need to recognize that building up from from and updating existing maritime rules and regulations may have limitations. And this is primarily because so much of the existing frameworks assume humans at the center of decision-making, where they are also a responsible party. For certain aspects of assurance, wholly new approaches will be likely to be required on top of this. Some key principles in building an assurance framework for MAS are, firstly, it must follow a proportional approach, taking account of the different levels of risk presented by the operating domain and capabilities of a given system. It must be supported through development of new relevant standards. It also must answer the question, what does safe look like? What is required to create the top-level safety assurance claim and argument for an autonomous system? And it must also make clear who is responsible for the different aspects of assurance. Maritime safety assurance is not the sole preserve of one organization or group. So the certification and operator assurance of MAS is the ultimate goal of the IMO MAS code, that's a given. The challenges start to arise over the need for a robust verification and validation process and appropriate standards to confirm the safety of the system intelligence, which represents novel technologies, while also addressing who has the approval and authorization responsibility. So, for example, any approval process will need to properly reflect the engineering, software development, and integration activities typical of AI applications like computer vision, let alone the navigation system, which incorporates additional software, AI components, and other essential systems such as propulsion and steering that directly communicate with navigation, each with its own software and control algorithm. So what is required, therefore, is a development of an independent testing and evaluation infrastructure to implement the MAS code. So as a starting point, this sort of really goes to the crux of a lot of our thinking around what we're developing. It's important to recognize that we're dealing with a wide spectrum of operational environments. Also a wide types and degree of machine decision-making. So here you'll see, and by the way, I specifically use words that can be contentious because people have a different view of what these words can mean, but we see different operating environments here, but also different levels of technology, which, and this is different, by the way, on purpose to the way it's been described in other areas. That's not to be in conflict with that, but it's just to say how we're approaching this. But it also does not stop with vessels on the surface. So you're also looking at above surface and subsurface as well. And as you begin to understand the interoperability between the systems, you realize you can't completely disentangle and say, we're just dealing with on the surface as well. So how do we begin to assure and manage the different levels of interaction, complexity, infrastructure, and risk? Reflect, for example, in the use of terms in this slide, as I said, and which all have different meanings for different stakeholders. An important starting point is to acknowledge the need for common terminologies, specifications, and standards. And this informs the approach we're taking. This also speaks to the importance of taking a proportional approach. And for simplicity's sake, when we talk about MAS in this presentation, we are referring to this spectrum of operation and system intelligence. Another point is that assurance is not a point in time, but rather a feature of a system's life cycle, from development and then certification and on through its operational life. It is vital, therefore, to have traceable and consistent tests and evaluation at every stage of development, not just as a post hoc event. This ensures the barrier of costs can be addressed by building regulatory approval into the R&D cycle. And this is a very important point. We are to see a successful deployment of these systems at any sort of scale. Right, so in response to these challenges and needs, the Maritime Autonomy Assurance Testbed Program has been set up by a consortium of partners. It is an open consortium, thank you, to accelerate an easy-to-adopt solution to the challenge of assured operations of MAS. MAT aims to deliver an internationally relevant assurance capability supported by pro-innovation standards and not constrained by existing human-centric approaches. It is doing this through an evidence-based approach, the development of accessible tools and methodologies to demonstrate the safety, reliability, and efficiency across MAS. As well as adopting best practices from other sectors and allowing a proportional approach to the assurance of systems, MAT also focuses on international collaboration, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later, both in research and standards as a means to accelerate solutions. So these next few slides will explore some of the core principles around our approach. So in recognizing the complexity we are dealing with, it's important to include a discussion of what we mean by an assurance framework. It's quite hard to describe in one slide, so I'll try and walk through this. So there's no single silver bullet solution to this. And we do envisage an assurance framework which will integrate the required standards, methods, infrastructure, evidence, and test capabilities, alongside regulatory innovation and supported by robust evidence. And that really goes to heart where we are, robust evidence, and what that actually means. So when used correctly, it will enable an organization at an accessible cost, proportional to need, to provide the necessary measure of confidence in the safety, security, and operational performance of maritime autonomous systems across the spectrum of use cases and types. Firstly, we stress through the importance of a proportional approach, which should be undertaken through the parameters of operational envelope and risk. So when we look at how you undertake assurance, you must start from being able to understand and describe the need, operating domain, and behaviors pertinent to the system's use. This will enable you to generate the appropriate requirements at the appropriate level of detail, alongside the ability to quantify these. With the aim to generate a common picture that reduces the burden and cost to all stakeholders involved, the MRAT framework will ensure that every requirement is correctly implemented and fully traceable and explainable, from maritime safety and regulatory compliance aligned with the IMO MAS code to clearly defined scenario-based testing, sensor range characterization, both static and on water, and advanced cybersecurity measures, for example. In its integrated modularity, the framework has also been designed to flex and adapt to new technologies and approaches as they emerge. The program sets out to establish a clear, common stakeholder vision that fosters operational trust and robust risk management. In part, this will be achieved by integrating things such as stage testing for model in the loop, software in the loop, processor in the loop, hardware in the loop, environment in the loop, and remote operating center in the loop, so basically everything in the loop, as well as virtual test environments covering human factors engineering and human-machine interaction and responsibilities representative of normal and adverse operating conditions. So MAT will clearly bound where autonomy is safe and demonstrably not so to use. This integrated approach not only substantiates safety and compliance, but also streamlines the deployment of MAS, autonomous maritime systems, delivering significant competitive and economic benefits. So how do we achieve assured MAS operations? Well, it's important to understand that data is foundational infrastructure, forming a cornerstone of this assurance. In this hypothetical example of how assurance of MAS may be delivered in real-time operations, we consider some of the challenges around data quality and how it relates to management of operational risk. Again, this should be viewed in the future context of wide-scale deployment of these systems across a spectrum of use cases. So once a system is operational and has been certified as such, seamless communication channels and real-time data exchange in an ideal scenario will be required to enable shore-based control centers, ship operators, and relevant authorities to monitor, analyze, and also to optimize their vessel operations efficiently. This will require some form of living log or model of the system to provide a bridge for system owners, operators, etc., to compare the operations of the MAS and their systems against the expected performance. Further test and evaluation activities may be required for this, for example, with software firmware updates or based on analyzed data from the vessel itself. This, in turn, will result in updates to the operator of vessels on whether operational change is required based on a change in the risk profile of the vessel. The two things should be noted here. Firstly, any system will need to have sufficient onboard capability to handle immediate scenarios which present risk or change expected operation. This is about the system intelligence on board the vessel. And the required connectivity may not always be available. I think we do understand that. A clear understanding of what data is a priority and how that data may have been degraded is going to be critical here. So MAT is therefore working towards delivering a robust and innovative test and evaluation capability accompanied by an operational assurance solution for MAS. To do this requires new areas of scientific R&D, and these form the pillars, these 8 blocks here form the pillars on which MAT's activities will be undertaken. These 8 areas are highlighted here are a simplification of the many strands of research MAT is or will be undertaking, and it's iterative as well. I cannot describe them all in here, but we'll take a close look at the first one on the subsequent slides. And you'll see how these are all interlinked and all support the evidence-based approach we're taking. So we'll take a further look at measuring true capabilities, limitations of the system. I've been told I've got 5 minutes. I'm going to do a little bit of rushing through a couple of these things. So you can always talk to me afterwards. So this area of establishing the measuring and measuring true capability and limitation of the system, this is based on 3 pillars of assurance, if you like. Firstly, is evaluating the performance of the autonomous system, which involves a combination of theoretical evidence, simulation-based evidence, and physical testing evidence to demonstrate the safety of the system. Secondly, the management system process involves evaluating the process of developing and testing of the autonomous system. And thirdly, usage, which involves evaluating the competency of the organizations to implement this process. Still in development, this approach has the advantage of not being constrained by existing human-centric regulatory frameworks. And another key feature of this system involved the adoption of a scenario-based approach to the verification of mass. First step towards adoption of such an approach is the application of the concept of operational design domain, or ODD. Establishing a common understanding of the ODD attributes and behaviors of a mass are essential for performing scenario generation and calculating scenario coverage, which are critical components of scenario-based testing methodologies. Aspects of this framework are already being adopted or developed at the international level for assurance in land autonomy, so self-driving vehicles, and the focus is now on how we can best adapt this for use in the maritime space. Now, we're not implying that this is a one-size-fits-all approach to assurance of autonomous transport, but a recognition that there are areas of best practice which can apply to the assurance of autonomous transport across land, sea, and indeed air. So in response to this, and part of establishing its research priorities and activities, we have undertaken some proof of concept work around this, but it is proof of concept at this stage. This has been around the requirements for common taxonomies, for operating conditions, behavior rules, as well as methods of textual scenario definition. We'll be showing these outputs in the coming months on these proof of concepts through various dissemination activities, and people who are interested will make sure they're invited to those as they happen. I'm sorry, but as you can see, these are just examples of the outputs. They're way too small to go into any detail. We wouldn't have the time for that, but I'm happy to talk with you during the breaks about some of the work we've done on this. Also, I'd like to stress these are simply aiming to demonstrate the concept and its usage at this stage. The intention is the future is to start using this to generate new standards around these areas and provide evidence for the mass code. And that's a really critical part of this work, is how we are providing evidence into the mass code to support the development and the adoption of that as mandatory as well. So I know I'm going to run out of time in the moment, but the first step towards adoption of the scenario-based approach is the application of the concept of operational design domain. And in addition to contributing to the safe operation of mass, the ODD can be an important contributor to ensuring conformity with laws and regulations as they're established for the technology. The ODD represents the operating conditions within which a mass can perform its designed function safely during a voyage. Our work to date is focused on establishing a taxonomy of attributes of mass, with a common understanding of the ODD of a given mass. This comprises specific conditions, which include the static, dynamic, and environmental attributes within which a mass is designed to function. The ODD is limited to describing external operating conditions, and this taxonomy map presents only an initial offering. To allow the safe and secure operation of a maritime autonomous surface ship or mass, it needs to execute its behavior within its defined operational design domain. And this is our second area of research activity. For the foreseeable future and in current operations, a mass needs to be able to operate with a heterogeneous traffic environment that features other actors. It's therefore essential to define this expected behavior of the mass and of other actors that may be operating in its vicinity. To do this in an objective manner, it's essential to have a taxonomy for behavior. Again, the taxonomy example, which you've developed, is rather too large to show on a single slide. So establishing a common understanding of the ODD attributes and behaviors of mass are essential for performing scenario generation and calculated scenario coverage, which are critical components of scenario-based testing methodologies. This representation of a scenario is crucial. It must represent the right amount of data for its intended user and present it in a format which is both understandable and useful to them. Throughout the safety assurance process for mass, a scenario will interact with multiple stakeholders who expect a multitude of things, and two key stakeholders' journey may be regulators, but also as well as the actual developers of the system. So I'm racing ahead a little bit here because I'm running out of time. So our current research presents a method of textual scenario definition aimed to contain enough data that the scenario useful to a developer whilst retaining the readability that would allow us a regulator to understand and map out the expected events and outcome scenarios that have been tested. Before I finish off in the last couple of slides, just to say, the outputs of this work would feed into how you define your scenarios, which actually define how you test everything through from component level through to full system level, but also help determine which type of test environment you use. And these are core components to building confidence in the performance of a system. So I'm now going to finish off with the last few slides. Right, so firstly, to achieve the outcomes we've outlined earlier, the MAP program is focused on delivering the following: a digitally networked, validated, and integrated test ecosystem for mass, international standards, obviously, to support certification assured operations, a detailed common requirements methodology supported by standardized taxonomies, an operational certification framework, an assurance as a service capability, and a skills and training framework. We've also been undertaking a range of research activities, and we're very keen to engage internationally, as we already have been doing with a number of countries, not least in Japan, where we held a week of workshops back in 2024, which proved very productive in identifying areas of research collaboration. So to summarize, the program has been developed in the UK, but it's a very international program. It's underpinned by sound economic and social imperatives. So we're very focused on the appropriate use cases here. It follows an evidence-based approach. It's highly collaborative. We already have about 8 or 9 partners, including people like the Hydrographic Office and Met Office, and our lead partner is Lloyd's Register, the Class Society. We also work with a number of universities. And indeed, most importantly, we recognize the international relevance of this, and we are developing international research collaborations. So thank you very much. Sorry for slightly overrunning.
Okay, thank you all for returning and welcome back from a very, very nice lunch. Thank you again to our hosts and Japan House. The venue I found is truly a slice of Japan, right down to the toilets, where I was very happy to see a full-blown Japanese toilet that had a nice that had a lovely warm seat. So we're all very fond of that. So thank you. What a wonderful venue. So now we have time to go into the question and answer session, and we've got lots of time to really dig in to the issues and ask the panel many questions. We've got 40 minutes. We've got a number of questions online, so if in the room can start thinking about what they're going to ask. But I'll kick off by asking, have we got the IMO representative in the room or somebody from the IMO? Right there at the back. I've been told that you can give a generic answer to this one. So you've been volunteered, I'm afraid. Will the IMO experience building phase framework include a common means to share information to ensure the evidence can be compared and qualified? Could you provide any answer to that? Sorry for the ambush.
No, it's okay. Bit difficult to answer this question at this stage because we haven't decided what kind of information is going to compile or gather for IMO experience building phase framework. Yes, we have, we are decided to have experience building phase framework, but we haven't decided what kind of data or what kind of information or what kind of experience we are going to gain from within that building phase. So for me, it's totally up to member states and international organizations to discuss what kind of data should be submitted to IMO within this building phase. And so that we need to discuss this after we finalize the voluntary mass code. So I believe you can think about it and you can submit the proposal to IMO, hopefully, and then we can find out how we are going to implement the experience building phase. That's my understanding.
Thank you very much, and you'll be very pleased to know that is the answer that your colleague said you would give. So, so that's very good, even without coordination. So, top marks. Okay, is there any questions from the floor, from the audience? Got any questions? Yes, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm the head of Brazilian delegation in IMO. I saw a lot of things about risk assessment, numbers of crew members in the mass ships, everything. But what about everything is good, following seas, fair winds, until the breakdown, or a little failure, minor failure, or a catastrophe failure. How do we think to deal with, I mean, a catastrophic failure, a major failure in radar, in propulsion, and even how to deal with little crew members on board in case of flooding, massive flooding, and fire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very relevant question for those who have experience in the maritime field of these real risks. Would any of the panel like to? Yep.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a good question. So yeah, this is very important point for our point of view of the development. Then in this case, so may you know very well that we are carrying out a risk assessment, then making to some barrier for the any catastrophe. So for example, to the we are trying to the high level autonomous, fully autonomous, but not directly going to the catastrophe area. So we must set up so that any redundancy and making to the any barrier, then slightly going down to the any risk level. Then also, as you notice, for the floating, fire is same as a conventional vessel. That's why, so this is, so must be set using the conventional vessel rule. This is follow up, then it is smoothly directly carry out the normal emergency operation as conventional vessel. This is so our first. That's why we say to the bridge zero, but the mines on board. Yeah, because so you say to the some the floating occurred or something at this time, so in the onboard crew must be carried out. But so in if reduced to the crew, so we can catch up to the that situation or not. We need to confirm to the in the future. And also we have already carried out the risk assessment, but so we try to the demonstration voyage. Thank you very much.
Nicolas.
Nicolas, are you online and joining?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Would you like to?
Yeah, to actually respond to these questions, following to what has been already said, I mean, there should be mitigation layers in place, and I think we have explained that the mass should be safe and even safer than the traditional ships that we can actually have. And that was actually the idea when we actually started also developing the code, which is a work that is still ongoing. However, what I would say it is at this point, it is quite difficult to say to answer this question, let's say, with a specific yes or no, because we need to actually consider what are the new functions that will be included in a mass, how these functions can be actually mitigated as best as we can. And of course, we have as guidance many tools also from IMOs. For example, the FSA study has actually provides, and the goal-based standards actually provide quite a lot of tools that we can actually utilize in order, let's say, to kind of achieve all the assurances that we will be able to react and we will be able to prevent any such, let's say, bad scenarios from being happening.
Thank you, Nicolas, for that great answer there, Andre.
I think we're roughly going to give the same answer, but using different words. But I think there's two things I'd observe. Firstly, we do spend a lot of time looking at things like sensors and understanding performance. It's not just about failure, it's about degradation as well, because that should affect or impact the decision-making of the system if, for example, its situational awareness is degraded. That might be weather conditions, it might be other reasons. Point is, if you properly define the purpose of the system, what it's designed for, what it's going to be operating, as I was saying in the presentation, you understand what you need to test for, basically, and that's down at the component level all the way through to the whole system. So that should inform you where, in terms of how the system will deal with edge cases, for example. How the system will handle those scenarios. Now, it's slightly different enough. The flooding one is a slightly different one that's slightly beyond my technical knowledge at the moment. But again, if it's going to be operating in a situation where there might be flooding, again, you would think that would be something to do with the design of the vessel first, to make sure that that doesn't happen, or if it does happen, it can be contained. These are things that should come out in the testing process. And if they're not coming out in the testing process, there certainly should be, during this sort of the operational phase, it should be something that can be diagnosed very, very rapidly and addressed, basically. But again, it comes back to really understanding what the system's being used for. And I call it a system, but a mass is being used for.
Lovely, thank you. And from our side of things, all I can say is these things are being taken into consideration. It's a bit of a question mark, like a lot of areas at the moment. But from a VTS perspective, we're aware that that's a big risk, and as is communication failure with the vessel. So in a world of a mixed fleet, if you like, then we're working hard to understand what that means and how we mitigate against these risks, because they are real. Okay, I will take one online, which was directed at me. For IALA, is there likely to be less physical AtoNs in the future? Well, that's certainly not what our membership are saying. As we identified, there is going to be a mixed fleet with different needs at the moment, and our position on this is that traditional AtoN still has a place and will continue to have a place. And so the answer in short is no, that we don't anticipate there to be less physical AtoNs at the moment, but of course it's all an evolving picture, but we still have our traditional seafarers to deal with. Where we're concentrating perhaps is how that traditional AtoN develops and how it interacts with enhanced decision support tools. Are they machine to machine readable, for instance, and that kind of thing at the moment. But no, our position's quite clear with traditional AtoN is still a primary source of aids to navigation to the seafarer. Okay, anything from the floor? Yes, at the back there, thank you.
Thank you very much for all the presentations, and thanks very much the Japan House for the hospitality. I represent Cyprus in IMO. I've got 1.1 question. Okay, the first question is based on your comments on the IALA. I was wondering whether you anticipate a change on the aids of navigation in the future with the possibility of mass being present. For example, visual aids to navigation, will they be more active? Will they send signals rather than be the traditional visual one? Or any other changes that you anticipate? And my main question is on liability issues. Currently, we have in aviation, there are remote control aircraft that operate. Maybe they're under the authority of military authorities of a country or whatever, but they still operate in the same airspace. Can we, I mean, surely there must be some, somehow under some liability regime. Can we learn from that system, whatever system they have? Because I don't know what system they have. Can we learn from them and apply more or less something similar in the case of mass vessels being present in the future?
Thank you very much. The beauty of being the moderator is you can choose which part of the question you answer, and I won't answer the liability bit, but I will answer the AtoN part. The AtoN part is leading on from what I said in the previous answer. Yes, at the moment it's traditional AtoN, but that doesn't mean that elements of AtoN interaction with digital services and enhanced decision support tools isn't ongoing. I know in the UK, GRAD, who works with the General Lighthouse Authorities of the UK and Ireland, they are developing machine-to-machine readable aids to navigation. So we are building, and the ARM committee, which is the Aids to Navigation Requirements Committee. So they're more the operational people. Certainly the discussion around the input paper that actually come from China MSA around the concept of degrees, categorization of AtoN implies to me that in the future there could be a build on that. So basic AtoN being the first category, and then providing digital AtoN data, S100, S200, for instance, being the second. 3, sharing data and interacting, like hydrological and meteorological data and traffic information. And then finally, real-time interaction. So although the ARM committee are quite clear that traditional AtoN is here to stay, that doesn't mean to say that our members aren't looking at different developments. And before our session, Andre showed me a lovely big picture of a huge special mark that had lots of different capabilities. So clearly thoughts are turning to smart AtoN, if you like. And of course, VTS is looking at digital communications on the side as well. So I hope that answers. In terms of the liability, I'll hand over now to if any of the panelists want to comment, or anyone else in the room for that matter, who has expertise there. Okay, well done, that man.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good question. I have the two faces as developer and as master mariner. So firstly, so I say to the as my developer, so it's a machine readable information is very important. That's why so in the government side, port facility side, so they send to the by machine readable. As you know, to some case of that we have that some buoy signal, we can check to the by eyes. But if we, in case we using to the camera image recognition like that, very difficult to use like that. That's why so machine readable information will be coming for very happy to the developer side, very easy to making to the when. So for example, the some passage is now outgoing, so we put on the some mark is all, so we can go into the outcoming. But if we are counter side, so we can stop anymore. Very easy to making to that algorithm from the developer side. But so in the another place, so if I on board the master mariner, at this time, so human machine interface is also very important. If machine readable, so machine understanding, but some case of the so master mariner need to take over, or remote operator need to take over to that situation. At this time, so this takeover time, so very easy to understand to the machine is what is the consideration, machine is what signal is receiving. This is very important for takeover from the master mariner or remote operator. That's why, so this is two sides. We need to consideration for the, in case of the some signal coming or some, this is so my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Has anyone else got anything to add on that question?
I think there was two bits to that question. One was about sort of liability piece, but it was also reflecting on what's going on in aviation. Now, my understanding, I don't understand what goes on in every country, but certainly here, there is quite a big segregation. At the moment, it's very, very hard to do beyond visual line of sight for a remotely operated drone. Very hard indeed, for a whole host of reasons. And civilian airliners are generally in segregated airspace from drones, and most drones are operated within line of sight. So that's how you build in that safety factor there. But definitely, people don't want them being in the same airspace for obvious reasons. I think one of the things I would say though is I think this points to one of the challenges, but also potentially I think it's not too hard to overcome. But one of the challenges of that interaction between crewed vessels, or let's call them traditional vessels for one moment, and ones that might be uncrewed. And ensuring, I think there's got to be a high degree of communication there, not least for ensuring that the crewed systems understand they're dealing with an uncrewed system. Not that it should behave necessarily differently, but if it does, then there should be some understanding of what they're dealing with there as well. But certainly the only way these things are going to work is if they're in a hybrid space. So you can't say the only way we're going to operate maritime autonomy or uncrewed systems is to keep them totally separate, because you're going to limit the business case and then people aren't going to want to use them, I think. I haven't answered the liability bit on purpose, by the way.
Okay, thank you very much, Andre. Online, Nicolas, there is a question in the chat for you. It says, in case a MAS does not implement RBAT, but a different risk assessment framework and software, what scenario do you expect? Are you able to provide us with some answer to that? I think you might be muted.
Sorry for that. Yes. Yeah, well, also in the MAS code already, there has been the provisions for other several risk assessment methodologies. So we cannot say that RBAT is the holy grail of the risk assessments that exists out there. However, what we were trying to do with RBAT is trying, let's say, to identify what are exactly the functions. So it's a bit different from other traditional methodologies that exist. I saw also today in many of the presentations that the STPA methodology was actually listed. And I think this is also a way forward because RBAT is quite similar with the STPA and actually identifying the interface between the automated functions and also the human interface. So I have to say that yes, there are, but we need to be very careful how we actually apply the traditional methods, because in this case, MAS is something new, and really we don't have many, let's say, historical data where we can actually base our models that exist there. So we have to be very careful with some of these models that exist there. That is why in RBAT we're trying to kind of avoid this kind of statistical analysis and the potential hazards, and just identify only, let's say, numbers and probabilities. In RBAT we're trying to kind of avoid that and, let's say, focus in the core function and what is actually doing, and how actually this can actually create any kind of scenarios where the ship will be in danger. So simply saying yes, there are, but we need to be very careful how to apply them.
Thank you, Nicolas. That's lovely. Is there any questions from the floor? Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Diederik. I represent Belgium at the IMO. I have a few questions, well, two, let's say. One is mainly for IALA. We have a new concept that's now coming with MAS, that is ROCs, which for the moment are basically, as far as I'm aware, 100% being regulated or being worked into the MAS code, so 100% at IMO. I was wondering, in your view, how does the happening of the ROCs influence the work you do at IALA, and how will it influence the work between IMO and IALA? And then maybe for Captain Nakamura, when you look at the MEGURI 2040 targets, you said by 2040 you're looking for, let's say, 50% autonomous vessels. Maybe a bit more information on how you see that those autonomous vessels. I'm supposing there will still be ROCs implemented. There will still be partially crewed vessels within those, because saying autonomous in our view as Belgium, we think of bridge zero. So maybe more information about those goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and nice to hear from our friends in Belgium, our newest council member at IALA. So welcome to the family, as it were. I think your friends in Belgium would be very delighted to hear your question. Your colleagues are very active in the VTS committee, and I mentioned earlier one of the strains that, of course, needs to be looked at is the communication between VTS and how that looks like for them to fulfill their SOLAS obligations as well. And so with that, there's a degree of challenges. The communications to an ROC, how does that look? How will we, because of course traditional VHF comms is the standard now. Portrayal as well is a challenge. How do you differentiate who is the master on board the vessel? Is it a mass master? Is it the ROC? Is it a traditional master? And how do the vessels around them know what is happening, who they're communicating with? Again, we've taken the decision at IALA to concentrate on the broad recommendations, and we'll wait for the mass code to come out before we get further into detail, because similar with your Brazilian colleague there's a lot of question marks. There's some ideas. We know that there's digital communication that's got to come into this, but there's lots of elements. So the portrayal, the exchange of information, not just with the mass vessel, but with those around it, is going to be big questions that will require answering. So, I'm sorry, I'll give you another question mark back, but that is the nature where we are at the moment. And as I said before the break, and I'm sorry, Captain Kawai, for turning this into a IALA information gathering session. But tell us what you want, what you need, what you want to see from AtoN and VTS in the future, and perhaps we can discuss that and have a look. So if you have anything online, please put it in the chat so I can keep it in my back pocket. And of course, anyone on the floor, please tell us what you want, and we'll see what we can do.
I need to reply to his question.
Yeah, could you repeat the question for the captain?
No. He already gave me one question. You will?
No, you did that.
Okay. Thank you very much for the good question. Maybe so you can speak to Japanese, so better I reply to the Japanese, but sorry, so in this time I will use my poor English. Thank you so much. Yeah. In this case, so yeah, as you know, to the MEGURI 2040, this is so our target is so 2040. So half of the vessel going to the autonomous vessel. But so I think so that detail is a little bit different. As you know, each use case is very important. So, for example, so our flag vessel, this is a domestic container vessel, but the domestic container vessel so need to go to the ocean side. Also, Pacific Ocean, to the Tokyo Bay, to the Osaka Bay, we must crossing to the Pacific Ocean, like that. At this time, so we far from the island side, so more than to the 12 miles, like that. So in this case, so very difficult to carry out to the crewless vessel, like that. So that's why, so once we reduce to the bridge zero or something for the navigation watch duties reducing, then we must keeping to the MLC policy. So for the control to the working time or something, this is important of the one with the use case. Then in the last month, I visited to the Belgium also. I visited to the port of Antwerp, then discussion to the your development, your country's development. This is so one of the, I think, good use case. So it is so using to the river sides or something. So this is at this use case. So we consideration to the more reduced to the some workload or automation, because so this is very nearby to the island, nearby to the land side. So in case of any accident or something, easy to support from the land side. This is so different story between to that domestic container domestic vessel or this is that's why. So in the future, in the next step, we must consideration to the each use case what our development item is feasible or not. This so we have set up. This is so our next after finish to the stage 2, we consideration to that stage. Then going to the 2040. Sorry, is it okay to have my reply?
Okay, thank you very much, Andre. I think you're coming in on the rock element.
Yes. I don't think this is contentious to say how many autonomous vessels do we anticipate having without a rock? Because in all honesty, I don't believe the large vessels you're going to be sending out autonomously won't have some form of remote operations. And the same goes in land and air. There are a few use cases where we will have full autonomy. They're nearly all military for obvious reasons, because you've got no comms in those environments and you don't need the thing back. But outside that, we are going to have a form of remote operations for everything. And I think one of the questions I have is, do we have a clear definition of what we're talking about? Because remote operations are not remote control. Remote control is literally line of sight. I'm guiding it and I can see what it does. Then there's a spectrum back from that. But all of this involves some form of ship intelligence, vessel intelligence, and autonomy to do. So I don't think there's a differentiation between remote operations and autonomy. I think you still have to have the same quality of test evaluation. And then it depends on your operating environment and what you're using the system for, depend how much T&E you need, basically. But I think I don't understand why we need to differentiate so much between remote operations and autonomy, because I don't think that makes much sense.
Thank you, Andre. That's really good food for thought. We're very good at identifying the challenges, and we just got to come up with the answers. To Nicolas online, is there any analysis model to address the risk of ship navigation in rough sea?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, as I was saying, in terms of RBAT, actually we can consider, let's say, many operational conditions. And of course, rough seas is one of the conditions that can be actually included into the tool. And based on that, we should, let's say, foreseen any kinds of bad scenarios that can actually lead, let's say, to any kind of accident. So in terms of models, usually what we say, we don't look at specific models. What we look at is the operational condition, and if the vessel, let's say, can withstand, let's say, specific weather conditions. And all this is something that needs to go into the equation and needs to be considered when we do, let's say, the hazard analysis. And based on that, to kind of provide any kind of mitigation layers. Of course, in IMO, there are regulations, for example, the second generation of the intact stability criteria or the parametric rolling and broaching. All these regulations needs kind of to be applied also to mass and are applied to mass. So what I would say here, what should be applied to a vessel and is regulated needs also to be applied for a mass. Now, if there is any kind of additional mitigation that needs to be considered in order to kind of avoid any, let's say, residual risk, this needs also to be addressed into the let's say, the RBAT methodology and any other, let's say, risk assessment methodology that is being considered.
Thank you, Nicolas, for that. Is there any further questions from the floor? We'll take a couple more questions and then this very interesting session will end. Any questions from the floor? No? Okay. Online, we have an enormous stock of questions. I'm sorry we won't get through all of them. Captain Nakamura,
Has your project developed the technical specifications for sensors such as for cameras or navigation watch?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. So, this is one of the, so we try to the several development sensor. So basically we are using to the conventional sensor. So first way, so the radar and AIS, and also for ship movement is, as you know, to the gyro compass or like that. But so we need additional. Additionally, we are making the image recognition camera sensor. And so for the radar also, normally radar, we are tracking to the by navigation officer or captain, they plotting their selves. But so in our development, so they will automatically tracking to that radar's target. And we will reduce to the some the image error from the radar. It is so also we are using some AI's technology, then we would like to as much as possible to reduce to the radar error. So this is then we are increasing to that information's goodness is so we will be improving to that radar's information, sensors information. But so not only to the improvement and development, we think that it is very difficult to using range for the that radar, that sensor. Today, so we explain to the some ODD, operational design domain. Also for the radar, for the sensor, also we need to consideration to the operational design domain, ODD must be fixing to the ODD. So for example, if in case of the 3 meters height of the wave or something, so if in case of very good camera sensor, very good radar sensor, but this have any error, so because they catching to the any target from the white wave or like that. So at this time, we are stopping to use to that sensor or something. Then we reduce to the autonomous level. So this is one of our consideration. So because for the sensors, some capability going to the 100%, this is impossible. That's why so some considerations we can use the what area we can use. If in case of the over the ODD, we reduce to the some autonomous level. This is also a very important point for the sensors considerations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The final question that we'll have here online, who decides the system's safety, security and operational performances are assured? And that's for Andre.
I think the whole panel should have a go at answering this one. I think there's several components to this. I don't think there's a complete answer because that question about who decides implies some sort of approval or authorizing body, which I'm not convinced has been completely established going forward. If it is the same as it is in air and land, where there's still debate about who is responsible for that. Sorry, I wasn't speaking to the mic on purpose. But I think there are several components to getting to that decision point. And again, this is about confidence in the test and evaluation results that you have to say, right, that's met a definition of safety, that's met a definition of security, it's met a definition of operational performance. The other thing to consider, though, this is, as I was describing in the slides, it's an ongoing process. You don't just say, right, you're approved, certified, go on the water, and let's forget about it. By definition, that's got to be a continuous thing. But part of that approval process should include the developer operator saying, this is how we will maintain assurance. That's got to be part of that. But who decides that ultimately, who ticks that box, has all been met? I think that sounds to me more like a piece of legislation to say we've got a designated authority for that. I'd hand that over to.
Add anything quickly? I mean, certainly for our requirements in AtoN and VTS, of course, we'll be making standards, recommendations and guidelines to tell our members, and we'll see how that develops. So my good friend here is indicating that we're nearly out of time. So before we close this session, I just want to say, you know, when we go and shake these big trees and these big topics like mass, then it's wonderful to see what falls out, and it pushes us on to other means, whether it's where we wanted to go or just a byproduct. And certainly for us, the digitalization of our world, it's helped us progress that, and enhance decision support tools and how we as marine aids to navigation interact with that as well. So I think it's marvelous that we have these questions and these great ambitions, because you never know what will fall out from the tree. So with that, I'd like to thank our panelists for a wonderful session. As I said before, the translators, and if you'll give us a few minutes, we'll just turn over to get ready for panel 2, ably chaired by my friend Osamu, and the panel will discuss search and rescue. So if you'll join me with giving a big hand to the panelists, and thank you to you.
Thank you very much again for the intensive discussions, and we could understand deeply about the assurance assessment, AtoN, and manufacturing for mass related to the safer navigation. So please change the. So we will move on to the panel 2, search and rescue. I'm very honored to, the photo sessions. I'm very honored to introduce two distinguished speakers and a moderator. Please go ahead with the. So this panel is moderated by Mr. Osamu Morimoto from Maritime Safety Division in the IMO, with 18 years services in total, assisting IMO member states to enhance the safety of navigation and search and rescue. The first panelist is Mr. Hernan del Frade from Spain. His presentation is Sir and Mas, legal challenges, evolutions, and at IMO and administration perspective. He will talk about the complex issues surrounding SIR in the mass, as well as the challenges facing the administration when tackling these issues. The second panelist is Mr. Roland Mackay from IMRF. His presentation is Maritime Autonomous Surface Ship, Search and Rescue Considerations and Challenges. He will talk about the latest discussion on mass requirement, operational considerations, and the procedural and technical issues related to the implementation of maritime rescue. So, and Gina from ITF, who delivered the keynote address in this morning, will join the Q&A session. If you join, thank you very much. Yes. So now I'll give the floor to the moderator, Mr. Osamu from IMO.
Thank you, Captain Kawai. Good afternoon. I have a privilege to introduce very briefly the panelists who sits before you. Of course, participating online is Mr. Javier de Frode. I'm terribly sorry about my bad pronunciation, from Spain. Also, Lori Maki who has been working with me for search and rescue. Gina also kindly agreed to join the panel to talk about the search and rescue. Search and rescue is something or somewhat unique in the sense that there are certain things that the machine can do better than human. And at the same time, there are certain things, and due to the design limitations, perhaps machine may have some difficulty to do what the human navigators and seafarers might normally be expected to deliver in order to deliver the search and rescue services. As the draft mass code get closer to finalization at the IMO, it appears that certain operational level that we wish to talk about more in this panel. But more and more towards the finalization, what I'm hearing, in fact, is challenges and possibly a shortfall where the machine may not be able to deliver. Example being launching of the life-saving signal, life-saving devices and appliances, which is designed, obviously, for humans to operate. Is this kind of technology actually replaceable, or is it something that the machine can do, not necessarily better, but at least to the level that is expected of the normal trained seafarer? Big question. And until such time these questions are being answered, perhaps what I'm observing more and more is there might be some hesitation by regulators in order to say, yes, machines, you are free to go. You are free to replace humans. Maybe it's not that simple. And I'm sure that the panelists in front of you will be able to address all these. Without any further ado, can I invite Mr. Hanan of Spain to address the floor? And later on, we will have a dedicated Q&A session, as I understand. So if any one of you have any questions, please hold it until we come to that Q&A session. So Mr. Hanan, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Osamu, and also thank you very much to Mr. Kawai, and also to the Japan Association of Maritime Safety, and for sure to the Japan Coastguard, just for considering to me to be here again. It's a shame that I cannot be presentially there in London, but well, I promise if you consider to have me on next editions, just to be there, because it's a really important event that I want to be present. So as I mean, I don't want to take the time of Roland McKee that will be following. We will present after my presentation. It's we have been cooperating for a long time, and I don't want to take his time. So I just want to start my presentation here. So please, when you can, start with the presentation. So, well, thank you very much. As you know, well, the name of the presentation was said by Mr. Osamu. It's Search and Rescue Mass, Legal Challenges, Evolution at IMO and Administration Perspective. But what I wanted to talk about is, so please, next slide. Well, when talking about this issue, we shall consider many events. The first is that the introduction of autonomous ships pose a challenge, and this challenge is the adaptation of mass to the compliance of the duties established in the law of the sea. So this the development of the mass code by IMO at the same time that mass are being developed is a new deal. It's a new question. So it's never, I mean, to my mind, never have been done before. Usually the international law is developed after a new issue arise, so, but not at the same time. So it's interesting and challenging, this process of the mass code. So, well, one thing related to this question of this new kind of addressing the new issues at the same time that are happening, the question that through the development of the mass code, we will see later, we have seen that many initial assumptions we had are not valid now due to constant changes. Some issues that seems to were written in stone many years ago are not valid anymore. So it's interesting, this question. And other question is that among the issues that the mass code is addressing is the search and rescue issue. That's an interesting part. This is the chapter 23 of the mass code is devoted to search and rescue. And regarding to the works done at IMO, there were, when developing this chapter, there were different points of view about the mass and search and rescue, and they will be addressed later, as said. And also, just finishing the presentation, the introduction, sorry, we should consider that in this process, what will be the possible scenario when the administrations implement the provisions of the mass code. Well, thank you. I mean, you have the next slide yet. Well, thank you. Well, sorry, the previous slide, please. Yeah, thank you. So, well, when developing the specific regulation regarding mass search and rescue, for sure, we shall keep in mind what are the duties in international law regarding this question. And for SAR, specific duties are included at the UNCLOS, SOLAS, at the SAR Convention, and also at CORREG, many others, but mainly these are the instruments. First is UNCLOS, as it's the general framework for the law of the sea, which Article 98 includes the duty of ships to render assistance to persons in distress at sea. So it's a starting point. This matter has been also included at the SOLAS, the Regulation 5/33. That's includes the duty of ships to render assistance to persons in distress. And third is the SAR Convention. Well, just previous to the SAR Convention in SOLAS, there are many questions related to the life-saving appliances and the means that maybe the ships should have on board to render this assistance and to rescue these people. Going to SAR, the chapter third, the annex third of the SAR indicate that the rescue people shall be put on a place of safety, which is an important thing also. And the last, but not less important, maybe it differs from the questions of assist the people or to put them in a place of safety, is the question of the COLREG Annex 4 establishes the distress signals to be used and that shall be identified by other ships and planes. So next slide, please. Thank you. Well, just after these legal initial remarks, let's go to the question of how the search and rescue matter was addressed at IMO. And well, the starting point of the legal development of the legal regime, of the legal regime of the mass by IMO was the Regulatory Scoping Exercise, RSE, that was held between 2017 and 2021. At this regulatory scoping exercise, the participants there proceed to the identification of obstacles at IMO instruments for the remote control or unmanned ships. And these different instruments, specifically the SAR Convention revision was carried out, or the coordination was carried out by Spain. And the outcome of this revision of the search and rescue convention established that the question of the duty to render assistance, of course, it exists, and also the issue of the rescue at unmanned ships, the question of if there is a managed ship that sinks, for instances, that no rescue operations shall be carried out because there are no persons in distress. So, and after the regulatory scoping exercise, it started the works for the MAS code, in 2021, and this code initially will be recommendatory, and later will be mandatory. And the time between when this recommendatory version was issued, expected for 2026, will be later, till 3 years more or less till the mandatory version. It's what will be called the experience building phase, where many issues may arise at the use of the recommendatory version, just to enhance or just to have a better version with the mandatory one. Next slide, please. Well, just going to the work carried out at IMO at this moment. The IMO's Maritime Safety Committee, 2021, when finished the regulatory scoping exercise, created a specific group, the MAS MSC correspondence group, with the mandate the task to elaborate the draft of the MAS code, of the recommendatory version. This code will develop goal-based standards. What it means, there will be not specific requirements, but the important will be the outcome of when the implementation is happening, and not the requirements themselves. The important of this one is following the path, for instance, of a polar code or other instruments, where the important is the outcome that you reach when you apply the requirements, these goal-based standards. Also, just to say that here at the correspondence group, there were created some different splinter groups, each one with a specific task of drafting one of the chapters of the code, and the drafting of the chapter 23, let's say, that the search and rescue of the code was awarded just given to Spain. We have been coordinated that, and we have been assisted a lot by France, Norway, Australia, Finland, Japan, of course, the International Maritime Rescue Federation, the International Chapter of Shipping, and many others organizations. The work of this splinter group was just to draft some different functional requirements and expected performances according to the requirements of the international instruments on SAR. The question said before about the UNCLOS, the SOLAS, the search and rescue, and the convention, and the COLREC. And later, the proposal elaborated there will to be discussed at the meetings of the Maritime Safety Committee. Next slide, please. Thank you. Well, there are the discussions, the main discussions at the meetings, the MSC 107, 108, 109, and the intercession working groups, and many other meetings online that we had. Among the main matters to be discussed there, the first was if an unmanned MAS could deliver assistance, because, well, we were all in the same line in the group that a crew with MAS, a MAS with people on board, has the same possibilities to recover persons or to deliver assistance from there. But the problem was just to discuss what the question of an unmanned MAS could deliver assistance. And related to this question, the other question was if not able to render assistance, to deliver assistance, could this mass relieved from the duty to render assistance? Some states or some parts say that yes, because, well, they are not prepared for that or will not be able, but also just other states say that if they are not supposed to render assistance, it could be an unfair economic advantage for these ships. Other question is that if able to render assistance, which kind of assistance? Maybe not to pick up the people from water, but maybe could render other kind of assistance, just to be on the single coordinator, or maybe just to participate on the search and rescue with the devices they have on board, with sensors and many other tasks. The question is stays yet on hot is the question if an unmanned mass could rescue actually people from the water. I don't want to ask this question because I mean my colleague Roland Mackey presentation will address this issue, and he has been at the deliberations. So I mean I led this question for him. Other question is if a mass is prepared to shelter people in distress, just to be considered a place of safety or something like that. There are also differences on these questions. Also, another question I pointed out before is the question if a mass could act as an OSINT coordinator. That was agreed more or less that will be no problem. Maybe at the remote operation center, there will be with better communications to address this matter. So, well, it's okay. So we prepared a document co-sponsored by France, Spain, and the International Maritime Rescue Federation, the document MSC 109/5/10 document to address this question. And it was took to the MSC 109, and it was well discussed there. And the path and the work done at the last meeting in December, the MSC 109 was really good. And many of the questions were addressed yet, but it's not finished still. Well, and also want to point out that there was mentioned a resolution document by the IMO and Co Joint Working Group that they said that no need of SAR to operations in case of unmanned ship or aircraft in distress. This was a question that was pointed out when the regulatory scoping exercise was carried out about the SAR convention, where we see that no operations in this matter will be needed. Next slide, please. So just coming to the outcome of the MSC 109 on search and rescue. As said before, the chapter was addressed partially. It is well treated. It took its time, and two of the sessions of the group, of the working group established at the MSC 109 addressed the question of search and rescue. The outcome from these meetings was the first is what an unmanned mass has, as is the case for the case of conventional ships, typical crewed ships, has the same duty to render assistance or rescue in accordance with its capabilities. Also, this question is considered also for conventional ships. Also, other question that was pointed out is that the code should not impose additional carriage requirements for search and rescue purpose compared to conventional ships. So it means that we can't ask the mass to have more devices or other questions not included or not. We are not asking to the conventional ships. Also, there were other issues raised that about depending on the sea area, different assistance might be expected from the mass, and there should not be no derogation from the obligation to render assistance or rescue certain sea areas. Well, I'm going to explain this a bit in depth. The question here is that, say, if there is an incident close to the shore where more ships are around or there are search and rescue services, maybe the mass could be relieved. But actually, I mean, the duty remain constant, is my opinion. You see the second part of this sentence say that in certain parts where there are no other ships around, the mass should perform these duties. And my opinion is that the duty remain constant. And my opinion for the next working group and at MSC 110 will be to follow this path. And also it was said just that the chapter should contain provisions for the ship's requirement, arrangement, and procedures, but also may contain duties and tasks for the master in case of emergency, maybe at the rock or on board. But in this case of the unmanned mass, is still the hot topic. It's more related to maybe a master on a remote operation center. Well, it's expected to finish this chapter at MSC 110. It's a main task. Expect to do that. And at MSC 110, it will be addressed the question of human element, and I raise the question maybe if the remotes are training, some more remotes are operations training will be needed. Maybe we'll see this matter on 110, sorry, in June. Next slide, please. And just about to end my presentation. This is not the last slide, but maybe, but well, it remains a couple of them, but it's going to be a quick one. I want to point out a question that still is not well addressed. How we as administrations, the states, the flag states, or also the administration of the port states or coastal state will address the question of search and rescue on unmanned mass. Not only unmanned mass, but the rest of the question is can apply to search and rescue offshore. The first is that the risk assessment is a key point. This shall ensure safe operation of ships. This is the main point of starting point. Also, that we should be conservative at the first steps, not to be so fast and too innovative until the question that you prove that the process or the system you are using are safe. Also, just not to invent nothing, just adapt the situation on mass from the conventional ship perspective with ad hoc solutions. Also, the question of the jurisdiction over the remote operation center when this is not on the flag state territory or not on the port state territory is important. Also, the question of the building experience phase is essential to establish best practices, as well as the exchanges of knowledge between administrations. And for sure, and not the last, but this is the main topic is the role of classification societies addressing this issue through their rules and so on. Next slide, please. Well, just going to the conclusions of my presentations. So the first is that the regulatory scope and exercise and the mass code new situations. They are dealing with a future situation that we are developing at the same time of the technology where it's going to be regulated by the mass code. The evolution we have seen through this process, many initial statements are not valid anymore, sure. The other question is addressing new challenges on collaborative basis. There were a really good work, at least my opinion. The last meeting of the working group at MSC 109 was very good. Search and rescue is a hot topic with a whole wide range of positions, different opinions, but we shall not forget that the duties remain constant. There is no matter if there is no people on board, there is no crew on board, the duties are the same. And for sure, the safety is a main reference of compliance. And there are still many issues on SAR to address, the question of rescue devices, the shelter on board, and so on. But we still have almost a couple years ahead till finishing the code. Next slide, please. So just I want to finish my presentation. As always, I always show this picture of the Vizcaya boat. It was the first mass of the world. There were a Tesla remote control boat, but it was operating inside the Madison Square Garden, not at sea. This is and this boat, the Tesla was this boat. Sorry, the Vizcaya has a telekino, a system of control for the engine, for the rudder. Even it can hoist or lower the flag and so on. You can see the antenna on the boat. It was successfully. It was in 1906 in Bilbao. So, well, I want to thank you again for your attention and just stay online for any question that you may pose. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helen. Certainly, you have enlightened us to have a better understanding that this is not easy. There are so many different views already being expressed in IMO, and we are here, Rory, to hear what you have to say, perhaps to make it even more difficult. But certainly it is helping to trying to identify the problem. Rory, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Osamu. You can hear me. Great. Okay. Thank you, everyone. So before I start on this subject, I'd just like to explain why the IMRF are interested in this subject and why we're engaged in it. So we are a non-governmental organization recognized by the IMO since 1985, and we are dedicated to improving maritime search and rescue. We were founded in 1924, interestingly, at the suggestion of a Japanese noble, Count Kozoyoshi. He suggested we should do this gathering of international rescue organizations, and the rest is history. We have 140 member organizations, most of which are represented on that slide. And all of them are focused on either delivering search and rescue operations, there are rescue boat organizations, etc., or as commercial providers of search and rescue products and services. So we have a considerable viewpoint on search and rescue globally, and we are concerned, interested in the effect that mass may have on the global SAR system, because it is global and it is a system. We have two events coming up in, I'm missing a slide there, never mind. Two events coming up in June. We have a mass rescue conference, and the mass rescue being large-scale rescue operations of lots of people. So we have this terminology problem. And I will be speaking there about maritime autonomous surface ships and their potential effects on those types of large-scale operations. And after that, we follow that with a mass rescue training course for SAR people. So if you are interested in us or that event, come and see me and we can put you in touch. And there was a flyer in your paperwork today. So remotely operated and autonomous ships are on the horizon, maritime term. The International Maritime Organization, as we have heard today, is developing the Maritime Autonomous Surface Ship Code, and the code is currently under very detailed discussion at the IMO. Many nations, including Japan, are developing and designing and building autonomous and remotely operated ships for testing and trials. And a couple of examples here, we've got the DMV concept and a Rolls-Royce concept and the Yara Birkeland, which has been spoken about already today. So I won't go on about that. The IMO's set down its 4 degrees of autonomy. And I'd just like to clarify what we mean by the IMO. The IMO is not a body of people. It is the membership of the IMO. The members of the IMO have debated this matter over several years and have come to a number of conclusions which have led to the current mass code. So when I say the IMO, it's the members of the IMO that have debated this and decided. So we have degree 1, a ship, a conventional ship with, as was said earlier, support and decision aids for the crew. This is degree 2 is a remotely operated ship with some seafarers on board, and those personnel can hand that vessel over to remote control for some of the voyage or even large parts of the voyage. And in that case, there may be less personnel on board than for the current conventional ships. So we're seeing an evolution, as has been mentioned today. Degree 3 is the remotely controlled ship with maybe no personnel on board, and the ship's navigated from a remote operations center, and all the functions of the vessel are managed from an ROC somewhere ashore. Although IMO members, I think, have not actually ruled out the possibility of an ROC being on a ship at sea somewhere. That has been discussed. Whether that's been discounted, I'm not sure. And degree 4, of course, is the fully autonomous ship that makes its own decisions. and generally speaking, does not have people on board. However, it is likely, I think, that the vessels in any one of these degrees of operation will have some personnel on board at some point. And the IMO recognizes that a MAS may operate in any or mixed modes for some or all of a voyage, and a MAS may sometimes have people on board for other tasks, such as underway repairs or maintenance, management of cargo, or security. Now, the IMO has said, so the members have agreed that MAS must comply with all SOLAS and other relevant conventions and regulations. So in the sphere of search and rescue, MAS will still have to provide a response to persons in distress at sea as for conventional ships. And it's worth looking at some of the detail here. So I think the detail is important. This information is contained in the MAS code. So in the current chapter 23, it states that the goal of this chapter is to ensure that the duties and tasks regarding search and rescue are fulfilled, and that every ship which is in a position to be able to provide assistance on receiving information from any source that persons are in distress should proceed with all speed. So it's very clear, MAS must help. Functional requirements have been set to make sure this is possible. So every ship must be able to detect and locate. Yes, there we are, sorry. Every ship should be able to detect and locate distress signals, including audio and visual alerts. That will be interesting. There are a number of sound and visual signals in the distress system. MAS, with or without crew on board, should be able to maintain distress communications directly and through the remote operations center. I don't see that as being a major problem, and I'll explain later. MAS, with or without crew, should have a means to recover persons in distress. Quite important. The IMO and the ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, have actually been working together since 1993 to create a global SAR system, because airliners can crash in, as we know, do crash in the sea. So they've worked to ensure there's a global search and rescue system in place for mariners and aviators and the passengers on ships and aircraft and the crews on them, and that system is effective and reliable. And that's a critical function and a concept, and I believe that MAS will have to play its part in that process and that system. I'm going to disagree with Hernan a little bit here. My research says that Regulation 33 of SOLAS says the master of a ship at sea which is in a position to be able to provide assistance on receiving information from any source is bound to proceed with all speed to their assistance. And UNCLOS Article 98 says, without reading it all, that people must be rescued, which is the important point. They must proceed with all possible speed to the rescue of persons. Rescue, for me, implies lifting them out of the water and looking after them in some way. There are other guidance that IMO has produced for mariners regarding duties and tasks related to the distress response. So, for example, SOLAS 317-1 says that all ships shall have a ship-specific plan and procedures for recovery of persons from the water, taking into account the guidelines developed by the organization. The plans and procedures shall identify the equipment intended to be used for recovery purposes. So it's very clear about equipment and shall do things. There are also some other IMO documentation, such as Circular 1447, which is guidelines for the development of plans and procedures for recovery of persons in the water. So IMO has provided guidance on this. Also, the plans and procedures must be considered as part of the International Safety Management Code. And also MSC Circular 1182, Guide to Recovery Techniques. There are 7 sections in that, providing guidance and advice on how to prepare for and conduct a rescue. And there's also the Guide for Cold Water Survival, which is not quite about rescuing other people, it's about surviving. So everyone know, it's pretty well known in the maritime world anyway, that a large proportion of people who enter the water in colder latitudes will die within a short space of time. And then the United Kingdom Marine Accident Investigation Branch has noted from its investigations that it can be only around 11 minutes. I don't know why they were so specific, 10 to 11 minutes before people are incapacitated. So they are unable to help themselves. If I read this right, it should be 20 minutes exactly. They are unable to help themselves, and that's quite important to remember as well. It's a critical factor when we talk about the kind of assistance that MASS should provide. And so I'm jumping into my speech. 308 deaths were analysed by the UK MIIB, and they worked out that 40% of those people had lost their lives. So a rapid response to people in danger in the water or on the water in cold climates in particular gives them the best possibility of being rescued alive. If you don't know, I'm just going to go through what is generally the phases of a SAR response and pointing out the fact that ships are involved or should be involved in almost every stage. If a rescue coordination centre follows its procedures correctly, it should call on the nearest vessel or vessels to help too. So we have the distress alerting, which is of nearby ships and the shore authorities. The GMDSS system is designed to make sure that the shore is alerted and ships in the area are alerted. SAR communications take place between survivors, responding vessels and MRCCs. Information gathering is done by the SAR coordination system, but also responding ships and SAR units. Locating and detecting survivors, searching is worked out and planned by the MRCC, but is delivered by ships and SAR units. And if ships are the only available resource, it will be them. Recovery of survivors may be by nearest vessels and or SAR units. Medical and welfare care may be delivered by the rescuing vessels, and delivery to safety may be by the rescuing vessels. So it's SAR good practice that ships will be asked by rescue coordination centres to assist wherever they are available and able to take part. That is I remember that from my training when I was a SAR coordinator. This is a snapshot of the automatic identification system, the North Atlantic. Just pointing out, passing ships are additional facilities according to the IMSA manual. They may be available to assist. And as I said, recommended SAR practice is that all necessary vessels are identified by the RCC, Rescue Centre, and requested to assist until no longer needed. So it may be one ship, maybe as many as you can find. It's very, very important to recognise that passing vessels are the only SAR assistance available outside of the range of shore-based SAR vessels and aircraft. That is the SAR system. Helicopters, 100, 200 miles, the Americans could go further. Shore-based rescue boats, 50 miles, 100 miles. Outside of that, we are totally reliant on passing ships. And they are everywhere on the globe, apart from the poles. They get sparse. And even in inshore areas, where there may still be shore-based SAR units, it's standard practice to identify and ask passing ships, remembering that the most important thing is who is nearest to the incident. The priority and the critical factor is to get people out of the water as quickly as possible, or out of a life raft if they're in bad weather conditions, and in the colder latitudes of the world, life raft is a dangerous place too. So the global SAR system relies very heavily on the IMO member state ships and other vessels, small vessels, fishing boats, etc., to provide a SAR response. So with the advent of MASS, there may be a new SAR model emerging. Oh, it's my animation has disappeared. Never mind. Okay. So the current system is that we have a distress situation. The nearest ships are informed by the distress alerting process, and the rescue coordination centres are informed as well. And the RCC then interacts with those ships' crew on the bridge and manage the incident and ask for a response, request the ship to proceed, etc., etc. If in the future MASS becomes more common, then the RCCs may be asking a MASS, which could be the nearest vessel, to assist in a rescue. They will then have to deal with also the relevant remote operations centre, who is in command or supervising that MASS, And that will, of course, in some ways just be a virtual bridge. The remote operations center will be the bridge of the ship. They're just onshore, but using the sensors to operate from the ship. So it may be just semantics. There may not be a problem, but you have a new interaction. And the ship, the ROC personnel using the ship sensors can do things that they are asked to do by the Rescue Coordination Center. But without testing and trials and experience, we don't know if there are unknown problems which may be uncovered as MAS are used in SAR response. There also may be some really beneficial advantages to MAS, as people have said. Try and go as fast as possible. Okay. So the debate in the IMO is exposing the technical challenges of providing human-like capabilities on board a MAS to deliver SAR response when needed. Questions under discussion are whether a MAS should bring people on board or assist in other ways, and they've been mentioned by Hernan and others. Also, if a MAS should or can shelter rescued people until they can be taken ashore or handed to another vessel with crew on board or taken off by a SAR unit. The discussion at IMO within the groups of technical specialists examining the issue are currently focusing on whether a MAS should, a couple of examples here, drop life rafts or life-saving apparatus to survivors and just stand by waiting for a crewed vessel to come along, or have some sort of rescue boat that can be remotely operated and can be launched to bring people on board that craft and then shelter them on board that craft until other rescue is delivered. Personally, I'm not happy with that solution because you're putting people who've left a survival craft into another survival craft with all of the limitations that may bring, and dropping life rafts to people and letting them clamber into the life raft is not a good solution in my opinion. But the alternative is the MAS itself should come alongside the survivors and take them directly on board, and then provides, using some form of mechanical devices, can bring the survivors on board, or should the survivors be offered climbing equipment and have to climb out of the water themselves? I've already talked about incapacitation. I'm not convinced and not entirely happy with this. Possible solutions, other solutions may be available. We all know what could happen. Conveyor systems, there is a conveyor system on the market. Remotely operated fast rescue craft, possibility. Hoist, cranes, grabs, ladders, nets or baskets, etc., etc. But none of that's been tested yet, as far as I'm aware, apart from the conveyor system that I am aware of. If MAS brings rescued people on board, there's also the decision to be made around the technology required and the spaces on board a MAS for how to shelter them, provide for basic sanitation, warmth, food and water, dry clothing, basic medical assistance and communication. This discussion is very important because it may lead to decisions about, for example, the minimum length and size of a ship that must provide such shelter, but this debate hasn't happened yet. It has to be had because we have to determine what MAS are going to do. In some cases, of course, MAS will have basic accommodation anyway, because that ship may at any time take on some personnel, temporary crew or personnel, and those spaces for those temporary personnel at some point in the ship's journey could be used for rescued persons. Other vessels, of course, might be too small for such spaces, so the different compromise or solution, we may just have to put them on the deck and send someone else to help. But this discussion has not been had. It's the detail that matters. So, some conclusions then. So MAS, it's very clear, IMO has said that MAS shall do what conventional ships do. They've made it very clear. Decisions will need to be made on whether MAS are always to recover people on board or use rescue boats or life rafts as holding areas for rescued persons. In my opinion, not a good solution. How to recover people when there's no crew on board, the rescue craft, if we're using this remote rescue craft, or the MAS itself. How are we going to do that? How is it going to be achieved safely and conveniently? And should there be onboard spaces and facilities for rescue persons on all MAS, or just certain categories of MAS, or above a certain size or tonnage? And shore-based SAR units will be working with MAS vessels, but we don't yet know what the impacts, risks, problems, and benefits are going to be. And there may be, I'm not being negative all the time, there may be considerable benefits, and I think there will be, from the sensors that MAS may have on board, better than current ships, to be frank. And mass rescue, the rescue of large numbers of people from a shipping accident, a passenger vessel accident, or an aircraft accident, will have a new challenge. We haven't factored that consideration into it. And as I said, I'm talking about that in Gothenburg in June. So mass may bring significant improvements to SAR because of the sensors I've just said. And ship owners and operators have a golden opportunity to provide improvements to the global SAR system and new capabilities and benefits to the global SAR system and mutual assistance to other vessels. Thank you.
Thank you, Rory. Very interesting presentations that we heard from two gentlemen. And this is how it is reflected that the accommodation of the machine, if you like, the ship without human, is not simply as straightforward. It is my understanding that over the last centuries of development of international maritime law, all these beautifully articulated and codified provisions have been developed on the basis that the human navigator will be on board always. Now things are changing, and we have just heard about the issues that is being focused on. Perhaps actually it's not always be the case. So we started to receive some questions, and there are still questions being received. But perhaps like before, can we perhaps prioritize those people who are physically turning up to listen to all these interesting discussions? So if anyone of you who is physically here would like to ask a question, yes, please.
Yes, I'm going to try not to be too controversial. We did talk about this last night. I would posit that I don't think overall MASS is going to be able to do the S&R job. And I think for a whole host of reasons. And I think there needs to be some rethinking about this. I don't think you can start saying that MASS is going to be in any way equivalent to a human piloted or crewed vessel in that respect. If you've got crew on a vessel, totally different. But let's say, just deal with the uncrewed side of it. I think there are just too many issues. I think firstly, if you're in that sort of situation where there's a vessel in distress, you'd probably like to be in pretty bad conditions anyway, which means you'd have to have an uncrewed vessel that had been properly trained to deal with that mission of search and rescue for people, when its mission will almost certainly be very different. So that means it may have to have an extra sensor suite and other kit, which I think will make the business model of MASS very unlikely. So I'm being quite controversial by saying this, but we have to deal with the reality of the world and why we're doing autonomy. The one thing I would say, the one mitigating thing I would say is that there's a real advantage with MASS here, which you don't have crew on it. So you can send it into very dangerous situations, but it can do limited things there. And you also have to make sure you don't make a bad situation worse by its sensors not functioning in bad conditions well enough to avoid hitting people or other things. So I think there's a lot of bits here that when I hear what you're saying, it all sounds good, but I don't think it's dealing with the reality of the technology. And I'm being quite controversial by saying that, but I think there is a truth in that. And I think also remote operations is not remote control. And again, you're entirely relying on the intelligence on a vessel and its ability for its sensors to function properly, which is very different to having a crew on a vessel. I'm not really asking a question here, but is there an acknowledgement at the IMO level that this really is a new technology and they can't just say, crewed vessels do this, uncrewed vessels must do this as well?
Yes, okay, but IMO's made it very clear that they shall comply with the same requirements as crewed vessels. So at the moment, unless the IMO decides against that, then the designers, developers of MASS will have to work on this problem and find ways to achieve it, goal-based requirements to do similar things. If what concerns me is currently that we're in a new world, aren't we? It's a completely new paradigm. We have a world full of human beings on ships, and for well over more than 100 years, 200 years, we've had the concept of going to the aid of people in distress at sea, and we still do that. So there has to be a solution. And what worries me is if we, I'll be controversial, if we allow, I can be because I'm an NGO, I don't have a government pressing down on me anymore. We will allow a commercial advantage because they can say, oh, it's impossible because the experts have said, no, it can't be done. So therefore we don't need to do it. So thank you very much. And everyone will go for mass because they gain a huge commercial advantage over vessels with crew. You said something that triggered me about crewed vessels, but I've forgotten what it was now. So that currently, until IMO says otherwise, those ships have to find a way. I am sympathetic to the problem. I'm not, I'm not unaware of the technical challenges. It's a fairly enormous technical challenge, probably.
And I think your point about commercial advantage is very well made. But if we look at the reality of how the world works, this is one of the challenges we're going to have to face. And it will be a massive additional commercial cost to configure a mass to do that additional mission. It is, well, and that's what it could be. And I think that's where there needs to be an acknowledgement of what are we trying to achieve with mass in this situation.
I remember what I was going to say about crewed ships. Mariners are very good. I've seen mariners in action, and you don't need SAR training. Mariners who've been at sea for a long time can do it. There's a thing called the IMSA Volume 3. It's a small handbook for use on a ship's bridge. It's immediate guidance. It's quite well written for search patterns and other, recovery processes and procedures. So I've seen mariners in action doing things quite easily. You don't need SAR training. The on-scene coordinator discussion that was mentioned is a red herring. Nobody gets training, or people do get training in on-scene coordinator, but we don't train every mariner on every ship because the chances of any ship encountering a SAR operation are very, very, very low. It's something that happens once in a lifetime or never. So you just have to make best efforts on the day, and mariners make very good best efforts. And I think if mariners in remote operations centers are trained as per mariners currently at sea in terms of their their intellectual training and their technical training, they can operate the ship as best they can from the bridge of the ship. They'll have the sensor technology, we hope, because they have to have it for the safety of navigation. You skeptical will have a good argument about that, but they will have the technologies to enable them to look out of the window, to detect things, and hopefully have better technology than ships currently have. I'll be blunt. In my SAR days, when you sent ships to search, you were pretty skeptical about how effective they were, because people looking out of windows that are covered in salt spray or can't be bothered to go on the bridge wing and look out properly, and they're distracted by noises and alarms on the bridge. Machines, as Osamu said, machines are going to offer a great advantage, I think. So there's some, this is a technical mess. This is a massive technical mess that needs to be analysed and thought about in more detail. We've got these requirements, and now we've got to do the detail.
I think I'll make the last point is a mass is a machine. It's not a human. And I think the big breakthrough we need to make as humans is understanding when you're dealing with autonomous systems, you are not dealing with humans. And I know we talk about remote operation. You still need to have on-ship intelligence to make that remote operation work, particularly at a long distance. And I think this is where there needs to be that technical knowledge going into this. I don't disagree with anything you're saying, but I think people need to have a reality check about what they're dealing with machines. The way we test them is totally different to the way we test humans.
Thank you very much. Partially agree with you, Andre, what you said, and also partially agree with Ronnie as well. So further development in the Mars code in human element chapter, which deal with manual and training aspects, we have this precautionary paragraphs for Mars seafarers on Mars, which is ship, and remote operators in rock, to have similar kinds of training and competencies when it comes to emergency situations, including accidents and incidents. That also covers search and rescue operations as well. It's very high level, but that's the agreement by the Maritime Safety Committee. And then we will also confirm that again in the coming session. So that's one of the regulatory development that I wanted to share. And the other thing, Nakamura-san's presentation was really helpful because I'm an Asian person. English language is like, oh my God, it's a lot. But when it comes to figures, it is very easy to grasp. And there was a figure 70 billion US dollars. And I could understand, oh, okay, 6 different kind of ships, 4 different kind of ships, 70 billion US dollars. So for the ITF perspective, we would like to say human are cheaper so far. And well, that's the truth. And degree 4, Andre, I think you were talking about degree 4 Mars. We have different modes of Mars, degree 1 to 4. So fully autonomous ship, not in even my lifetime, from the ITF perspective. Thank you. Oh, and just last thing,
sorry.
As a person from Asia, you gentlemen are not really helping interpreters. Thank you.
Just want to add something to the questions you are talking about. The first is not to forget, we are talking a ship. If a mass benefits for the regime, the international regime of a ship, shall has the same obligations. For sure, one of the key points on the discussion on SAR, and it was important, Roland is aware, and I mean our ITF colleague is also, was the question of which kind of assistance a mass could deliver. But it means maybe they will not be prepared to recover persons that are exhausted or vanished in the water, but they could for sure comply with other kind of assistance, the question of the search itself, to be used as a temporary shelter, the possibility also to be used by helicopters that pick up the people from the water to put them on the deck of the mast or whatever. But in any case, we're not talking about of commercial advantage, but moral advantage. The question is what is going here. And for sure, the compliance or not the compliance with the international regulatory framework for ships. I mean, it's an important question here. Thank you.
Thank you, Hernan, for also acknowledging and providing some additional context. Having discussed all these, perhaps, disadvantage and an advantage that the non-crewed vessels can possibly provide, and I do acknowledge one comment or question that I just happened to find from the online. Should industry have a role to play to innovate and develop means to appropriately launch life-saving appliances and recover survivors from the water, etc., etc. This is also something that this question perhaps, but it does indeed offer an acknowledgement of the need for the government's representatives having to cooperate with the industry partners, so that certainly everyone, all stakeholders had a role to play towards the progression of the ships, which may not necessarily have seafarers crews on board. So that's something that I just wanted to acknowledge and thank for those who have posted that question. And if I may go on to the next question, which I see as interesting, is for search and rescue, how long should experience building phase that we talked about in the morning be kept open before the mandatory version of the mass code kicks in order to allow the such experience and lessons learned, all these things will be looked at properly before the regulatory body finally conclude that this is that requirement, mandatory requirement. Can I perhaps invite the panelists to respond to this question of how long do you think it is practically?
Well, first,
yes,
I want to point out one question, Rolly. First, it was stated that the experience building phase, the time is going to take the whole time between the mandatory, the recommendatory and the mandatory version. Expected first for 2 years and maybe for 3 years. So I mean, this is going to be the time, but maybe we'll have to wait till the MSC 111, because I mean, it will be when it's going to be addressed, this question. But well, please, Rowley on ITF can answer.
Thanks, Hernan. Well, I think Osamu probably has a view on this. There is a discussion about how long this period should go. I know that people are, the whole mass experience building phase needs to be long enough to gather enough experience. I'm not sure. Personally, I think it sounds like a short deadline. I think it seems very tight, but I defer to other experts as to whether the discussion has allowed enough space in, I don't know, maybe it's not just about SAR. SAR is an element of the rest of mass. So an important one for me, but there are other important ones for other people.
If I may, just observing all these discussions, search and rescue certainly looks more contentious, perhaps involve perhaps more untested water, really. So navigators might say, actually, navigation softwares have been tested, it's working perfectly well. It may well be the case. Search and rescue, I can see some people nodding that they may wish to see more cautious approach in that respect. Gina, is there anything that you want to add? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Adnan. So when ITF saw this question, it was very interesting because all of a sudden my brain was like full of mind map. So the scoping exercise, experience building phase starts from 2026, and it is currently decided that we have to finish by 2030 for the entry into force of the mandatory mass code. But I was thinking of, so if we flip this question, there are so many questions that we can interpret. First, how long can we wait until an accident or incident happens? How long can we wait until some random person to die at sea? And how long advanced search and rescue technology that Lauren was just talking about, sister ships, navigating parallel to the mothership, is highly sophisticated, and then who can provide this, providing the safe place for the injured, wounded. How long can we wait until the technology could be affordable, not 70 billion US dollars for one rescue ship, I guess? How many experience cases are actually sufficient? One accident or one search and rescue operation is important to create a mass code search and rescue chapters? No. But is it 100? Then what about different sovereignty, different national jurisdictions to share the information of investigation outcome? What type of vessels? Are we going to focus on high-speed craft, which is not currently applicable for mass code? Container ships? There are huge, imbalance amongst the sectors. General cargo ships, dry bulk, but tanker ship owners are like really, really sophisticated. They're leading. So this imbalance, as well as the imbalance amongst the, really don't want to say this word, but global south and global north. How are we going to, how long can we actually wait until this, the imbalance is somehow met? So if we're gonna just talk about how long it's gonna wait, EPP, the answer is like, can you answer me? How long? These are the answers that ITF would like to provide. Thank you.
Just one further thought. The experience building phase, we don't know how many mass will be trialing underway and under trial. So the data is going to be very small, I think, very tiny amount. So I think when it comes to the SAR, the emergency response, the distress response problem, there's going to have to be just some testing and trials of equipment, and then a decision made what kind of capabilities shall be fitted. Because going back to the fundamentals again, until the IMO, its membership overturns UNCLOS Article 98, which says very clearly rescue people, and SOLAS 33, you have got to work on the problem and fit capabilities to rescue people from the sea. It's that simple. It's that simple, and then there's all the complexity of that simple problem.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from the floor, the physical participants? Yes, please.
Hello there. My name is Peter Williams. I'm from the Japan Shipowners Association, but I come with a background of many years at sea, and I've been involved in a number of SAR operations, from trying to rescue people from a small yacht in the middle of a Force 10 in the middle of the Atlantic, to going to rescue fishing vessels on fire, to go and take vessels in tow. And on every one of those occasions, the most important factor has been having a number of personnel available to carry out the duties. None of those operations could have been conducted without people. So I think we're pie in the sky in looking if an unmanned vessel is going to contribute to anything other than having sensors that may be able to detect a man in the water through an infrared or a good camera when the vessels, when the conditions are calm and allow it to do that. Thanks.
Yeah, so yes, Gina, if you want to respond to that comment, which certainly sounds a valid point, isn't it? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. So while you're agreeing with the idea of people are cheaper, human are cheaper, and it's very sad to say, just to agree with the use of infrared monitor, we are seeing the IMO changing the SOLAS regulation on fire protection to introduce infrared monitor to detect fire incidents on board. So that was what we were saying, in line with Andrea was saying. Fully autonomous vessel may not be in charge of search and rescue operations, but the assistance or facilitation with the advanced technology, yes, certainly. But we very agree with you, labor, and also competent personnel who can deal with it. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Anand, do you want to add anything from Spain?
Sorry. Well, this may pose a problem. It's just going back to the main issue, the kind of assistance or mass could render. Yes, I mean, certain operations could be carried out by mass, but others not. But it doesn't matter, as I said before, it relieves the mass to render assistance. Maybe just being close. We have seen many different options. Maybe that the mass could deploy a lifeboat as a requirement according to SOLAS Chapter 3 or something like that, in order that the people get there. But the problem is still the same. How do you get these people in? is the question that Rowley addressed about the conveyor systems and many other systems. But we have the one problem here. And I pointed out in my presentation about the outcome of MSc 109. It was established that no additional charges will be burdened or will be put on the autonomous ships. So we shall be very cautious about what's the limit for these systems to be prepared. So it's a problem. The duty remained, but with some limitations, we are going to see how to address it. It's going to be a tricky issue for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Looking at the online question, I am fully aware of the time that remains. I do see one particular question that actually addressed to Helen yourself, but I understand that this question relates to your comment on the there'll be no need for search and rescue operation for the Mars in distress, perhaps. Yeah. Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Osamu. Well, there were the 2 points I mentioned before. The first, it was the regulatory scoping exercise on the Search and Rescue Convention. It was said that there is no need to carry out search and rescue operations with the wrecked or the sunk boat or the sunk ship or whatever was unmanned. So, and it was reproduced by the ICAO IMO Joint Working Group. Rowley knows it well. I mean, he may add something on that, but he said the same thing. If there were no persons in distress, no search and rescue operations should be carried out. So this is the rationale behind. I mean, and maybe Rowley or Gina may add something. Thank you.
Yeah, the ICAO started this, I think, with unmanned aircraft. They have made a declaration in a relevant document that says if an unmanned aircraft is not, there are no humans on board, it's not search and rescue. It's a salvage operation if at best, and the same goes for ships. I think if there's no one on board, then you need salvors, not rescuers. So it's almost that simple.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add some additional context to this discussion, really is, by definition, distress only happens when human lives are being threatened and not machine being in danger of being lost, even if it might possesses significant risk to pollution. That is not distress. So by definition, the international law require the coastal states to render assistance to provide the search and rescue services when a human life is being threatened or someone is in distress and not something is in distress. That is the interpretation widely accepted, as I understand, throughout search and rescue services around the world. The other side of the coin of this argument really is, don't we need to prohibit the carriage of beacons, distress beacons, which is intended to give the search and rescue service the alert for the life being threatened, someone in distress. And as I understand, the aeronautical sector, aviation sector has gone ahead already to prohibit the carriage of the aeronautical equivalent of the EPIRB. So the beacon should not be carried on board such remotely piloted aircraft. I'm not aware that the same discussion or similar discussion is taking place in the maritime mode, but certainly this may need to be looked at, perhaps at the IMO level. with that, I think the time's up. And could I just, on this occasion, thank everyone who has participated this very interesting discussions, lovely panelists. And could I also request everyone the round of applause for those participants who make that this interesting discussion happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Hernan. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Gina. Thank you very much for the constructive and specific discussion on the future SIR related to mass. And back to the Coast Guard view, at this stage, I can say that if there are a mass, the MRCC should understand what the unmanned ship can do, since there is no single solutions, I believe. And it might be, might be the reduced crew vessel or something like that. So I want you to record, think about what we can do. So now I'm closing today's session. We will meet again at 10 o'clock at GMT tomorrow. So thank you very much and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.